everyone. Welcome to Cinematic Realms. Sorry we're late. We were having major audio issues that we have not figured out what was going on. Um, I was hearing like banging in the background of Jared's microphone, and apparently he's in a completely silent room, so I have no idea what that was about. And then we couldn't hear each other at all, and it was a whole big thing. So I'm sorry we're running late, but we are ready to go now.
It's not appropriate, or it's not from the movie that we're discussing today. But I would just say that sometimes a communication disruption does not mean invasion. It just means there's some faulty connections.
Yeah. Yeah. Hope you guys are all doing great. I had an extremely busy day, so that was like a perfect like cap off to everything. I was like, I woke up late because I couldn't fall asleep last night, and then I had to clean up the house because Dad surprised me by coming home a couple days early. So I was doing that, and then I had to fit in my viewing of the movie we're talking about today, and then I had to get some pictures. I don't have as robust a collection of pictures today as normal, but we'll make do. And then I had to in the middle of all that, I was cooking dinner. And that like it's just, and I'm coming off of like 2 weeks of like more work than I've had to do in a really long time, which is great for making money, but also I'm really quite exhausted, and I am off of work tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to kind of just not having to do work, not having to worry about putting together a stream, just like vegetating tomorrow and not doing a thing. So the plus side is that last night I had a good friend of mine, a new friend, do my nails. So I'm all prettied up today. So happy about it. They were longer, um, but as it was my first experience with longer nails, I realized the trials of having those and trying to complete basic daily functions with the long nails. And I was like, yeah, this was not as, like, they look great, but this was not as necessarily the most thought through thing that I did. So I ended up trimming them down, but they still look very pretty, and I'm happy about them. And yeah, so again, hope you guys are all doing well. We are diving back into Star Wars today, and we're celebrating, which I did not even do the math. I wasn't even thinking about, but it's the 45th anniversary of The Empire Strikes Back. And we just missed it by a number of weeks. Yeah, a month. Which is fine. We're close enough. And yeah, it's 45 years of this classic movie. Of course, I don't have to. That's an anniversary I don't have to feel too like old about, even though like I'm just, I was a few years shy of it, but I was not yet born. So. So this movie and Return of the Jedi, for that matter, are still older than I am. So so that's good. But yeah, no, it's I think it's fair to say one of the greatest sequels of all time. I don't think I'm going out on a limb by saying that. And I will just say, like, off the bat, I love this poster. It's adorned like one of the old, like, classic VHS copies of the movie, and I've always loved the very like Gone with the Wind-esque, design to it. I just it's so beautiful. And I couldn't get it to fit correctly for the thumbnail. So I used a different poster. But yeah, I think this has always been my personal favorite for the movie. And yeah, great poster to go along with a great movie.
Yeah.
And yeah, just like following up on what I was saying 2 weeks ago about the original Star Wars, like it's so fun to go back and revisit this. I mean, we talk a lot of Star Wars, and we always like Star Wars is always fun to do, and it always makes me feel like a kid. But it is different with these movies. I really do feel transported back to being a little kid, running around playing with my toy lightsabers and stuff. My friend from childhood, Matt, and I used to just it really is incredible that I didn't become an actor, because like that's what I loved to do when I was a kid, which was run around. We would create like our own Star Wars storylines. He knew so much more about the expanded universe books than I did. So like he was familiar with other characters that I was not, characters that were like not necessarily, some of them were like outside of the films, but some of them were in the film. Like he was very well aware of like who Mon Mothma was, even though we only get her for a tiny bit in Return of the Jedi. And then like I remember like Mara Jade being part of our like storylines that we acted out and stuff like that. And so watching the original trilogy just brings me back to being a kid, and the fact that back then, like, aside from the expanded universe, we did just only have the original trilogy. And and if you wanted more of that, you relied a lot on your imagination to just expand on all that stuff. So yeah, that's the feeling I get, watching these movies and watching this movie today, of just being transported back to a slightly more innocent time for like Star Wars fandom. And I want to stress again, like before we get into all the other stuff, I thought about this today. I mentioned it last week, just how freaking cool lightsabers are. And I feel like the more Star Wars movies we got, the more that can be taken for granted. But like, I was watching the movie today and just watching like at the beginning of the movie with Luke like reaching out for his lightsaber when he's about to become food. And and it's just like, it was such a cool thing, because it was like, we had these 3 movies and like lightsabers were not a thing in any other story. So it was just something so special about the movies. Anyway, we're going to get into all that, but I'm very excited to be here talking about this great movie.
Yeah, and great is the operative word, because you called this one of the greatest sequels of all time. I would broaden that out and say that this is one of the greatest movies of all time. And for people who would consider this to be the best Star Wars anything ever created, I think I might be in that camp with you, because I think that this movie is essentially perfect. No movie is completely perfect. You can nitpick tiny, tiny, tiny little things with every movie, even their personal preferences. I personally cannot think of one single thing story-wise about this movie that I would change. It is a truly remarkable piece of cinema, and just a great piece of storytelling, period. And an incredibly bold and ambitious movie, not just for its time, but just overall. Like, you have Yoda up on the screen right now. Yoda is one of the most audacious creations in the history of cinema. The fact that this character exists at all, and that he works, and he not only works, he's considered like the pinnacle of what the light side can represent at its best. And one of the he becomes synonymous with wisdom, and as well as just being like an awesome character design and the incredible puppetry work and voiced by Frank Oz. That's a feather in the movie's cap. You mentioned lightsabers. This movie, even the original lightsaber duel in the original Star Wars, I still think it's incredibly important and influential. But the duel between Luke and Vader in this, movie is in many respects the standard, And this shot, like a version of this shot, Luke and Vader crossing blades in the darkened carbon freezing chamber on Bespin, like this is a contender for best shot in all of Star Wars for me. Like this dynamic.
Yeah, and when you put up your post about the stream, you used Vader's line, the Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet. Yes. And it's just like, and like the sound of that scene, and and just the visual of Vader standing up there, and like Luke turning around to look at him, and like just like so much of it is just perfection, absolute perfection.
Yeah, I know. And then you mentioned as well, like the movie poster, which I have the full size version of it that I haven't had a chance to hang on my wall. I have all 9 Skywalker Saga posters, but this is one of my favorites. And part of it is just, the artistic design. Part of it is, the Han and Leia of it all, like that shot is classic, Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, sweeping romance. And that's another thing that this movie delivered on, it's one of, considered one of the great romance stories in all of cinema. And then there's also just, the fact that this movie is, for most people, they consider it, it invented the term dark middle chapter when it comes to trilogies because there is a reason it's become a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but that anytime a new franchise is coming out in a trilogy and they're on to the second chapter, they're like, this is the dark middle chapter, this is our Empire Strikes Back of whatever. And it's like, usually I'm like, that's a pretty high bar to hold yourself to, but it's nice to have goals, shoot for the moon, even if you miss you shall land among the stars sometimes. But yeah, there's a reason that this movie is the standard, because it is just that amazing. And people like to talk about the fact that, at the time, it's like you go back to the time to the 80s and people the movie was not as universally acclaimed then as it is now. I'm sure you tracked down like the letter that was in the angry, the Star Blog magazine, where there are people like, the Empire Strikes Back has ruined Star Wars. and you're like, history has proven you wrong on that one, buddy.
I just I had seen it before, but I also just reposted that. Like I don't remember if I posted the Slack or in or in Discord, or maybe somebody else did. I don't know. I had seen it before, and like that came up again, and it was like, oh boy, like the fandom menace
has not evolved.
Yeah, it goes way back.
Yeah, it's like it makes me sad that like that guy's legacy is still reverberating throughout the fandom, but it is also gives me hope in the sense that I'm like, even fucking Empire Strikes Back had people, shitting on it back in the day, and now it's considered one of the most universally beloved movies ever. So there's hope for all of it.
Yeah, and to be fair, but I get that perspective. Maybe not put the way that person did, but like when I was a kid, Empire wasn't my favorite. And I probably, when I was a young kid, I didn't really come back strong into my Star Wars fandom until I was like 13 when the special edition came out. But at that point I was like, no, like Empire is like, it's moody and it's not as fun as Star Wars and Return of the Jedi. Return of the Jedi was my favorite when I was younger. And for all this crap that the movie gets, it's Star Wars for me was like, I was having the most fun when the movies were having the most fun, and so Empire was always like the one that stuck out as like it's so serious. Um, but then as I got older, I was like, oh no, that's actually really good, and it's what gives the overall saga so much of its pathos. Because yeah, Star Wars and Jedi get to have the whiz bang fun, but Empire Strikes Back is the one that gives the trilogy overall its great emotional depth, um, and it's just a emotional ride, from beginning to end, and so now I'm like, yeah, I have to, like, on some level, I have to like tip my cap to, even if it's like, and it may be my number one at
Mhm.
at, at this stage, but even if it's not, even if there's days when I say like, um no, I'm not going to feel any shame about my opinions. I'm going to stand here and tell you that Phantom Menace is my favorite,
Mhm.
of the saga. I will still say, but Empire's the best, just because it's like it just knocks it out of the park in so many ways, and it is like the pinnacle of what Star Wars can achieve. And it does, like, lots of people like to, like, the refrain that people use about Andor is it's the best Star Wars since Empire Strikes Back, which I always find funny because Empire, for all its like darkness and seriousness, is still rooted in many many different
Mhm.
aspects of Star Wars, whereas I feel like Andor is predominantly rooted in the rebellion aspect of
Yeah.
Star Wars. But even in Empire, I mean, that's the beauty of the trio in the Star Wars trilogy, is that you've got every aspect of Star Wars represented. You have like the politics and the rebellion represented by Leia, but you also got uh, the underworld and the danger, the dangerous galaxy represented by Han, and the fact that he's being pursued by Boba Fett and the other bounty hunters, and then you got Luke with the mysticism of the Force, and the him going around swinging like his super cool lightsaber, and hanging out with Yoda talking about all these great concepts of the magic of the Force, and all that stuff. So like Empire is no less like, um I feel like, because of the nature of the cast, you have the main characters, the trio, like the entire Star Wars trilogy in of itself is the Star Wars buffet, because it
Mhm.
has all those different elements all thrown together in this beautiful package. Um, and so even with Empire being the dark middle chapter, like it's still fully representative of like everything that makes Star Wars beautiful.
Mhm. No, absolutely. And I think that, the reason that like I mentioned that I think it's probably the best, Star Wars movie, but best Star Wars story overall. And like I know that that's like considered the consensus opinion, but I want to emphasize it's not like I'm not just saying that as like an acknowledgement. It's like because there were times I've mentioned, I love Revenge of the Sith. There are times I think that's my favorite. I love The Rise of Skywalker. There are times I think that's my favorite. I love the Clone Wars. I love Andor. I could make a case that they're among the best Star Wars ever. But I come back to Empire because I really think that what made the Star Wars, the philosophy of Star Wars, that I think really makes the franchise special and has helped it endure. It obviously originated in the original Star Wars, but I really think Empire kind of crystallized it and defined it. And a lot of it, and we'll gush about it when we get there. A lot of it, I think, comes down to the character of Yoda and the lessons that he teaches Luke, and then how Luke, in many respects, fails to learn those lessons and has, and kind of and suffers for it. And then that opens the door for his growth, and makes his ultimate victory in Return to the Jedi so much more powerful. it's, it's become a common conceit that, like the idea of seeing the heroes fail, like that makes it more real because, in real life, the good guys don't always win. But it was kind of a radical thing for this movie to do, to put Luke Skywalker, this newly iconic hero that we had just fallen in love with from the original Star Wars, and then basically put him through absolute hell. And at the end of the movie, even though it ends on a note of hope, as all Star Wars movies do, but the fact is, it is the truth. This movie is aptly named. The Empire Strikes Back, and even though our heroes live to fight another day, like militarily, the Empire wins in this movie. And again, like if that's not the end of the story, this is why Return of the Jedi is such a powerful ending to the original trilogy. But the fact that it, is that it was incredibly bold for the movie to have to make the choices that it did, and then leave audiences for 3 years on that ending, including, as we'll get to, the reveal, the famous reveal.
Yeah.
Now it's just defined in popular culture that people know that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father. Even if they don't really know or like Star Wars, you kind of know that just by cultural osmosis. But back at the time, people were wondering, is Vader lying? Could that actually be true? And that's why it is rightly regarded as perhaps the single greatest twist in cinematic history.
Yeah. God, and I just, yeah, I mean, Daniel, like, also, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I do think that, like, for me, and I don't want to get into this whole, telling people, oh, you'll never be able to appreciate this the way that I did. But growing up with the Star Wars trilogy, before the prequels came along, it's like, yeah, some of you may not ever fully understand, like, and I don't even remember the first time I saw it, but like having the knowledge of, Luke's parentage, be revealed in this moment with the line, no, I am your father. Now with the way that the saga is, many people coming to this are just waiting for, like, Vader to tell him, but they already know because they've watched episodes 1, 2, 3. Eh, but for people who grew up watching these original movies, um, and like having that reveal, it's like it is such a shocking, spine tingling, oh my God, what moment? And you're screaming right along with Luke. Um, and yeah, it's, which is why, like, I will always, to the end of my day, be like, no, you have to watch the original trilogy first before you watch anything else. That's like, uh, that's why I'm always, when it comes to like books, I'm publication order. When it comes to TV shows, I'm air date order. Well, sometimes not with Star Trek. That was a whole big thing. But but like, but yeah, it's just like, even like I said, I don't remember the first time I saw Empire Strikes Back and found out about the Vader thing, but there is just something about watching the movie and having that be the moment of revelation, no matter how many times you've seen it. And just being shaken to your core. And you mentioned, like the idea that, coming away from that and being like, oh, he's lying. That is actually one of my favorite anecdotes from the Empire of Dreams documentary, when James Earl Jones was told about it, and he says that his reaction was like, oh, he's lying. And it's like, even Darth Vader didn't believe it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, what a freaking, like, moment in the history of, like, pop culture. And and film, and like you'd be hard pressed to find, like, it is one of the most defining moments in the history of cinema. And yeah, and for me personally, I can't, like, if you ask me to name like a big movie, like iconic moment, it's, I'm not even sure I have a better like answer than, the, I am your father scene. It just is like, it's just so high up, and its legacy is so far reaching. Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah. No. And I mean, I like it really, obviously it is kind of, it reshaped what we now think of as the Skywalker saga. This is the reason it is the Skywalker saga in the first place, because if Luke was the only with Skywalker, then, it would not, we wouldn't have this incredible, like, multi-generational family tale that has since evolved. But this was the first step. This was the first building block. And the fact that it comes at the end of the movie where we really have gotten to see Vader unleashed as the, defining villain, because, Vader was in A New Hope, and he's, obviously an incredibly threatening presence, but he's not in A New Hope quite as much as, you would think based on how large his presence is. This is his movie, he is like, there is no if, and, or buts. There is no like, is Vader in charge or is Tarkin in charge? No, Vader is the guy in this movie. And obviously, like, there are many other elements that make the movie special. I've already mentioned Yoda. I mentioned the Han and Leia romance, but the core, conflict between Luke and Vader is really at the heart of the franchise's kind of moral, center. Because Luke didn't really meet Vader in A New Hope. He, like, Vader was trying to shoot him down and kill him during the trench run, but they never crossed blades in that way. But in this movie, it's like we see that Vader has learned who Luke is, and he is obsessed with getting him. And if you're watching it for the first time, you think it's just, oh, he's obsessed because Luke is an enemy, a threat to the Empire. He destroyed the Death Star.
And
but
also, he did sense that that the Force was with him. So like the seeds are there.
Yeah.
But it becomes super clear at the end of this movie exactly why he's so obsessed.
Yeah, and it's because it's personal for him. It is the thing that, especially as we've gotten expanded storytelling and we've gotten to understand the psychology of Anakin Skywalker and how he became Darth Vader. The idea that, Vader famously has, he thinks he killed Anakin Skywalker. He thinks that he has erased that part of himself. But then the fact that there is this proof that no, part of your old life as Anakin Skywalker, your son with Padme Amidala is alive, and and he is training as a Jedi, and you get the sense that, like, Vader wants to, he wants obviously to turn Luke so that they can have power together, but also, he just wants his son to be with him. It's really kind of a bit. It's proof that, like, as we will go on to find later in in Return of the Jedi, there is still good in him. There is still Anakin Skywalker, because I don't think that like that. We'll get into his conversation with the Emperor, where the Emperor is basically trying to he's telling Vader, Luke's a threat. We might have to kill him. And Vader's like, what if we could turn him? It's not just because it's like, and then we could kill you and rule the galaxy. It's also because it's like, he doesn't want to kill Luke. He could, like, he has Luke beaten in this movie, but ultimately Luke gets away because Vader doesn't have it in himself. He talks a big game, don't make me destroy you. But when Luke chooses to fall away, like, and you see Vader's hand fall, you get the sense that he is truly, disappointed and as close to heartbroken as a man who has tried to suppress that part of himself could be. So yeah, it's a fascinating relationship, and I can't wait to delve more into like the specifics of it. But it also really kind of defines the idea of like, this is where the whole light and dark, comes up, like that one of the reasons I love that, shot that we put up earlier of Luke with the blue lightsaber and Vader with the red lightsaber kind of in the darkness with the silhouette, is because it really is an ultimate image of like the battle between good and evil. And it's, that would be awesome enough if that's all it was, but then there's this incredibly, complicated familial relationship laid on top of it. And then there's the fact that we know that ultimately it doesn't, turn into the idea that even Obi-Wan and Yoda believe of like, well, the only way to defeat this evil is to, strike it down and kill it. But that Luke ultimately finds another way. He finds the good in his father and is able to bring him back. And that's more the story of Return of the Jedi. But the seeds of it are here in this scene.
Yeah. And I really am just like, you talked about making the audience wait for 3 years to get like a resolution on all this stuff. And I'm like, what must people have been thinking coming out of this movie? Like all the implications of that reveal. It's like, well, first of all, is it true? And if it is true, what the hell, Obi-Wan? Yeah. And oh god, that would have been, I mean, I'm saying that to us who are two A Song of Ice and Fire fans. So like 3 years is nothing to us. but still, for back then, yeah. Oh god, yeah. So yeah, and like while we're talking about Vader, and you mentioned the fact that he's, there's no sort of debate about who's numero uno in this movie as far as the villains go, and like I guess it's kind of fitting since the movie is called The Empire Strikes Back. Like, let's start like talking about the baddies. Like, this is Vader at his like. I know George Lucas would give me a tough time for like raving about the bad guy, but like this is Vader like at his most awesome. He is a thorough badass throughout this movie, and yes, I know at the root of that is all the pain and suffering and anger and like all that stuff, but there's a reason why people love Vader, and I feel like Empire is the reason why, because like, and you can, and now like seeing what they've done since this with not only the character of Vader but with Anakin Skywalker, especially like Clone Wars Anakin, I can watch this movie now, and on the one hand I can watch it from the viewpoint of like it's an movie from 1980 called The Empire Strikes Back, and like all this stuff is fresh. But then I'm also thinking about all the stuff they established with Anakin, and I'm like, there is so much of Anakin like at his sort of brash, like I'm gonna show everybody like, in Vader in this movie, just like all his quips and stuff, and they're very deadly, but just stuff like, apology accepted, Captain Nita, and just earlier on with like, again with just dispatching all of his officers for, he's like, you have failed me for the last time, Admiral. Captain Viet, and then he gives orders, and then he's like, you are in command now, Admiral Viet, and and by the way, I love that actor's performance throughout the movie, because especially right after that moment, he's like, thank you, Lord Vader. And he's very nervous. and then, of course, at the end of the movie, he's sure that he's going to
Yeah.
be killed because they've lost the Falcon. And Vader is so steamed that he doesn't have time to bother with them. And so he survives into Return of the Jedi. You know, that's got to be a record for Imperial officers.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned the actor who plays Piet, Kenneth Colley, because he is a textbook example of the fact that even though we have the big players here of like Luke and Han and Leia and and Lando and Vader and Yoda, but even the minor characters in this movie like are icons in their own right. Like the guy Piet, like yes, he's a fascist. Yes, he's supporting an evil empire, but there is something kind of relatable about the guy, and it's helpful that he is one of the few Imperial officers we get in the original trilogy who actually seems to be pretty, competent. And that's why, like, it helps that they set him up against a contrast against Ozzel, who, like, the second, that guy, like, starts opening his mouth, you're like, I get why Vader kills him. He was probably thinking about doing that for a while. And I feel like just really bad for Captain Nita, again, as bad as one could feel for a fascist, because, that's a brutal way. He was trying to be accountable, and this is what happens in that regime. But Piet is kind of, he's trying to do his job and do it well. And his job happens to be, trying to, support this evil empire. But again, the actor makes him relatable, and that's a great thing. And then, and he's not the only Imperial officer who we have, because like there's an entire cult of personality, and we'll get to him later, that has sprung up around General Veers, who is perhaps the most competent Imperial officer that we see, because he's the one who actually gets the job done. And Julian Glover, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that it's Julian Glover, and like even before we all knew him as piece of shit Grand Maester Faisal, we were well aware of him from Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, where he plays, instead of a space Nazi, he plays an actual Nazi. And but like, even in, like, if I can sidetrack, like even in Indiana Jones, where he's playing like a completely detestable person, he's got like personality up the wazoo, and he's such a he makes Donovan such a compelling character, and so to see him in this, before that, and be like, oh, hey, it's the guy, the DiCaprio meme pointing at the screen. And now, like, and it's funny because I actually got his autograph just like a couple years before he was set to, I don't know if they had I think they had announced that he was going to be in Game of Thrones, but they hadn't filmed it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I had started to read the book. So I was like, I went to, I didn't get all super nerdy and be like, oh, hey, you're going to be playing this character from this book series. But it added another layer to getting to meet him, which was fun. But yeah, no, it's always great seeing people and this movie actually has a number of recognizable faces. Because oh god, what's the character's name from Cheers? Cliff.
Oh,
Cliff
yeah.
Is in the...
Yeah, John Ratzenberger.
Yeah.
He doesn't just cameo in Pixar movies. He was in Star Wars too.
Yeah. And it's funny because I think that was one of those things where when I was younger, I had seen Cheers, and it's one of those things where you're watching the movie and you're like, huh, that guy looks a little bit like Cliff from Cheers, but you don't actually draw the connection. And then one day I found out that it actually was him, and I'm like, oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like you can just think of him as John Ratzenberger, or you could be super nerdy about me, like that's Major Brett Derlin. but he's also Cliff from Cheers, and it's just, again, like he's not in the movie very much, but anytime you see him, you just get that little hit of like endorphins that you're just like, John Ratzenberger.
Well, because it's so weird to see, like now you wouldn't think twice about it with all the casting stunts in The Mandalorian, but you know, earlier on in the lifespan of Star Wars, it was like that. It's weird, right? It's weird that he's in Star Wars. but yeah, no, I love it. And there's somebody else in that opening that I can't remember. I heard about it the other day, and I think it was a surprise to me. And I don't remember. I'll see if while we're talking, if I can look up who it was. But like, you know, it's not surprising that, you know, like, you know, actors, you know, who we would later become really familiar with would pop up in bit roles in Star Wars. You know, it just like it's the type of thing that happens, and it's just fun to really see that.
Yeah. No, I mean, and obviously all of like these, this is another case of like all the minor characters in this movie have almost become like, you know, legends in their own right. You know, all the rebel, you know, we had already talked about the Imperial officers with Ozzel and Piet and Nita, and Veers, but then all the members of like Rogue Squadron, you know, like obviously Wedge is returned. You know, this is kind of where, you know, because Wedge, you know, he survived the battle on the Death Star. This is kind of where we're just like, hey, and you know, and he's, you know, he's still kicking ass. And then, you know, he gets to lead Red Squadron by the end of Return to the Jedi. But then also like Hobby and Zev Sineska and
I'm sorry, like, and you know, so much of these movies has been, not really, I'm being tongue in cheek, but it's been ruined by those Family Guy parodies. Like,
I wouldn't use the term ruined, but I would say that it's like it's like it's hard not
like
to think of a
Dak.
joke. Yeah.
Like I feel like I could take on the whole empire myself. Wow, really? Because that would be great.
Dak. That's one of the movie's thousand little tragedies, is that he doesn't even get a shot off. It's just a random pot shot in the battle.
And then another one later on is for me is on the Millennium Falcon. You're going to attack them? You're going to attack them? That's what you sound like. Now, and speaking of like funny stuff, this isn't Family Guy, but like this is my when I was a little kid watching this movie, like it's so funny when you mishear things, and this line confused me so much when I was younger. It's when you know, they realize that they're inside the mouth of a monster on the asteroid, and Han says, "There's no time to discuss this with committee." And Leia goes, "I am not a committee," and like that's not what I heard when I was younger. I thought she was saying, "I am not a comedian,"
well,
which which makes no sense, and it always confused me. I'm like, wait, what? I mean, I guess conceivably it could, because there's got to be professional comedians in Star Wars.
Oh, of course. And Carrie Fisher was famously, you know, incredibly funny in her own right. But it's always a joy, like, or not a joy, but it's always hilarious, like when you've been watching these movies forever, and then you make the choice one day to watch them with subtitles, and you're like, oh, that's what they said. I've been hearing that wrong for years.
And I was like, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, and you know, I started off, we were supposed to be like in depth talking about the villains first, but we're just going to jump all over because there's just so much joy to be had. But I just want to mention, like, speaking of like that exchange between Han and Leia, the comedy aspect of this movie, particularly on the Falcon.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of, like, well, first of all the stuff between Han and 3PO.
Mm-hmm.
It's just classic. But like, my favorite one is definitely when they're trying to escape the Empire after realizing the hyperdrive isn't working, and Han's down working on stuff. He's asking for Chewie to hand him a bunch of stuff. He's like, I don't know how we're going to get it out of this one, and he leaves the pan on the side right there. He goes down to work, and they get hit by like the first asteroid, and the pan falls over right on top of Han. And he goes, "Ah, Chewie!" Because it's character-based comedy. Like, it's not trying to land a joke. It's just like coming out of the characters' relationships with each other, and that's why, like, I actually feel like, even though, like, it gets referred to as like the dark middle chapter, which it is, but I feel like Empire has some of the best comedy.
Oh yeah.
Out of all of Star Wars.
Yeah, and as you said, it's character-based comedy because, and that comes not only from the performances, because the actors are now a little bit more comfortable with their roles, but it also comes from the writing, and I feel like we should not proceed further without talking about a couple of names. The original screenwriter for this movie, Lee Brackett, who sadly passed away, but the bones of her work kind of form the spine of the narrative. And then a name who, has rightly etched himself into Star Wars lore as well as cinematic lore, Lawrence Kasdan. This is his first go through with Star Wars. And I think in particular, what he does with the character of Han is really kind of unlocks the character even more than he was in the original Star Wars. There's a reason that Lawrence Kasdan wanted to do a Han Solo movie, and it's because Han's his guy. And you mentioned that wonderful scene with the where the toolbox falls on Han's head, and like you wouldn't think of that as like an incredibly well directed moment, but it is, and that's why we should mention this movie is directed by Irvin Kershner, George Lucas's teacher at USC, who he approached to do the project when he was so busy with producing the movie that he didn't feel he could direct it, and goddamn Irvin Kershner, like if he didn't, this is his only, movie that he directed for Star Wars, but he basically just walked up to home plate, pointed 500 feet over the center field wall, then hit the 100-mile fastball, put it out of the park, and then that was it.
Yeah, I'm not going to mince words. For me, Empire is the finest directed film of the entire saga. Of any of the movies, and Irvin Kershner is just a legend and a genius, and so much of not only what this movie became, but what Star Wars then became is thanks to him. And I'll add an asterisk, like there's some pretty goddamn brilliant directing with Andor. That is like nigh unparalleled, but I'll divide these between film and television just to save myself the grief there. But yeah, it's just, oh my god, so amazing, like the perfect pairing of material and director, and it's, and and I love that. What's been, did Irvin Kershner pass away, or
I believe so. He died in 2010.
Okay, so then, all right, so it must have been when I went to Star Wars Celebration in oh god, when did I thought it was 2010. Maybe it wasn't. There was like one of them where he gave like a video message celebrating an anniversary. of the movie. I mean, I guess
he died in November 2010, so maybe it was.
Yeah, it's conceivable he could have recorded that message that same year. Yeah, but I do distinctly remember him like seeing a message from him about the anniversary of Empire Strikes Back. I thought maybe it was later on at a like celebration that I was watching from home, but that would have been far too late. It had to be the one that I went to. But it's was always such a joy seeing him talk about the movie over the years. And he's one of my, again, mentioning the documentary Empire of Dreams, he's one of my favorite parts of that because it's just so much fun to hear him talking about doing the movie and all that. Yeah, it's and it's, you know, it was unique for Star Wars until a bit more recent in the franchise's history that like someone who had such an authoritative voice of his own like got to do a Star Wars movie because, you know, Star Wars is for so long was George Lucas's baby. And then of course like the only person who could possibly like have that kind of, you know, authorship over like a chapter of Star Wars would have to be George Lucas's teacher. Is the only one who could. So yeah, just hats off to that man because he did such an absolutely fine job directing.
Yeah, I mean there are so many moments that just like because the way that the camera moves in this movie, it's like it's a step up even from what the original Star Wars was, which was revolutionary, you know. And part of it was, you know, now that Star Wars was, you know, a proven commodity, they had a little bit more leeway to you know, to try and, you know, try those things out. But also it's just, you know, a testament to, you know, Irvin Kershner's, you know, creativity as a director. And another name I want to make absolutely sure I shout out because I have a tendency to let his name slip out of my mind. But the cinematographer for this movie, Peter Shishitsky, you know, like this is like top-notch, you know, work though, and like there's a reason that a lot of the most iconic shots in Star Wars come from this movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we do take it for granted because we're like, of course Star Wars looks amazing. So it's like so much to the point that I don't like, you know, there's other movies where the cinematographers' names are like etched in my mind and like I never forget to think about them. But then like sometimes I'm like, do I actually know who the cinematographer was on Star Wars or Empire or, you know, or Return of the Jedi? Because I just like, again, it's, you take it for granted that Star Wars looked fabulous. And so, yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, and again, this is Peter Shishitsky's only outing, you know, because Gilbert Taylor was the cinematography for A New Hope. It's Alan Hume for Return to the Jedi. So again, one and done, but you know, he put it out of the park with his work in this movie.
Yeah. So to turn back over to our dark side characters for a second, I do want to talk about this because another poster that I love for Empire Strikes Back is you know, the great poster for the special edition.
Yeah.
It's a bit curious, however. Now in like the latest iterations of the, you know, the special editions for the movie, it makes a bit more sense because they have like George did end up you know, after Revenge of, or like while they were making Revenge of the Sith, of getting Ian McDiarmid to, you know, record, to be inserted into the movie. So this poster makes a bit more sense. But when this 1997 special edition came out, it's like, that guy on the poster is not actually in the movie.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll get there.
But yeah, I always found that curious, and just for the record, the version of the movie I watched today did not have Ian McDiarmid. But yeah, either version is acceptable for me. But but I'm very much someone who enjoys hearing the the voice of Clive Revel, as the Emperor, and then the Emperor was portrayed physically by Elaine Baker. And yeah,
with some CGI monkey eyes, So
not CGI.
Well, no, but special effects.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which again, that is one of the things. Like when I learned that, I will confess that was a case of like when the curtain got pulled back from me. That was how they did it. I was like, that kind of. I didn't want to know that. I kind of wanted that to just be a mystery. But I also like I don't want to rehash our special edition conversation from last week.
No.
Yeah. This is a case where I am in favor of the change, because even though I agree that the original version should be preserved for history, Ian McDiarmid is the Emperor, and I'm never going to be unhappy to see him in a Star Wars movie. And I do enjoy the kind of some of the way he emphasizes the dialogue in that scene. So again, the original version is great. I remember it very fondly now, but this is a case where there are certain special edition changes I go back and forth on. This one I actually do sincerely like.
I'm not gonna get angry like last week about the Star Wars changes we talked about, because I'm perfectly fine. It works well enough, but I stay true to myself. One of the things that I do like least about the special edition changes in the trilogy is the inserting of actors, years after the fact. It's just because for me, films are a product of the time in which they were made, and and that is, for me, that's the Emperor of The Empire Strikes Back, and so and I actually, even though Ian McDiarmid's take on the scene is more in keeping with the Emperor that would be established, I have kind of always liked the delivery, and Clive Revel's delivery of the dialogue, and the fact that the version of the Emperor that we get in this movie is a bit more a bit more refined, and an authoritative presence, whereas what they developed for Return of the Jedi and beyond is much more of the cackling evil wizard, which is great. That's the character, but they hadn't conceived of that quite yet for Empire Strikes Back, and I like keeping it as an evolution. So yeah, but I have no quibbles with anybody who prefers the Ian McDiarmid version. But yeah, it's just for me, I'm when we talk next week about Return of the Jedi, I'm gonna talk about how I prefer my Anakin as Sebastian Shaw, even though I love getting Force Ghost Anakin in the Ahsoka series. But it's an evolution of things, and if that actor wasn't present at the time, I do have a bit of an issue with that. But yeah, no, either way is fine. No quibbles here. There's no McClunky to be had here. So.
McClunky's a one of one, but yeah, this like I've often not that you need to have something like this, but like when somebody had asked me once like what's your favorite change that the special editions made to Star Wars, and I will just own them to the fact that I said the fact that it's Ian McDiarmid as the Emperor in Empire Strikes Back, because he is the character for me, and I love Clive Revel's performance, but I just have to be honest that like when I think the Emperor, I think Ian McDiarmid, and I think that now that it has become kind of a wider Skywalker saga, I enjoy the fact that like it's just him throughout all 9 movies. So my choice.
Yeah, I will go ahead and state that, like, and this is perfectly in keeping with mine. I'm of course going to opt for a more subtle difference for my favorite special edition change, and so I'm just going with the new and improved shots from the Death Star battle in Star Wars. Just because that is like the one actual thing where I'm like, okay, that's permissible because you didn't get to like do the kind of stuff you really wanted to do back then, and they did it in such a way where it was so seamless with the original photography that for me, like, that's my favorite thing. So yeah, when I was younger, I shudder to think about what my choice would have been. I might have said either like Jabba or Jedi rocks.
Yeah, we will get to my least favorite special edition change in 2 weeks when we talk about the Return of the Jedi, because Jedi rocks is something.
I was a young teenager. Okay, I was stupid. But no, it's funny because back then when you were a kid, you were like, the flashy stuff was fun. Like the flashy new stuff was fun because you're like, oh, look what they can do now that they couldn't do back then. And then I've sort of wisened up over the years, and now I definitely I prefer the more subtle changes. But anyway, so there we go. We've done our special edition spiel for the stream, and I feel like this one went much better than the last one. So yeah, diving like back in, let's just talk about like how freaking great Mark Hamill is in this movie. I like, we sung his praises for the last stream about his work in the original Star Wars, but I think like, and like, this isn't necessarily like my favorite version of Luke. That'll be saved for the next one when we talk about Return of the Jedi. But I think that this, like, in the original trilogy, at least, I think that Empire is his finest work. Just because there's like so much is required of him. And like he had to share so many scenes with basically a Muppet. And and like that must have been so challenging for him. And like now we're like, oh my god, what they achieved with Yoda is just like mind blowing and like such a tour de force. But at the time, it was like, oh my god, is this going to work or is it just going to be a joke? And I feel like so much of it is dependent on what Mark Hamill brought to those scenes and his performance overall. And like even outside of the Yoda stuff, I think he's phenomenal because he has to find this middle ground between the wide-eyed youth of the original Star Wars, and then he's working towards becoming, this all-powerful Jedi that we're going to get in the third film. And he's someone who's maybe a bit still has some naivete, about him, but he's willing to like go out and do what needs to be done. He's taken up, the mantle of being a commander in the rebellion, and like he knows what he has to do in the big battle, but but then like, you know, but then there's a part like, but I also need to like follow my own path. And when Obi-Wan tells him that he needs to go, you know, search out this Jedi Master, he's going off on his own and doing that. But then, you know, he wants to go rescue his friends too, and he goes alone. You know, into something that he knows is going to be a dangerous situation. And then even when Leia says, you know, and she's the first one who has to say it, it's a trap. You can see him like registering that for a second, but then it's like, it doesn't matter. He's got to try and help his friends. And we'll talk into the complicated nature of that, whether he's making a right decision. But it's the only thing he can do. He can't leave his friends to suffer. And even though it ends up with him being the one who needs rescuing, I think the fact that we see this evolution with the character of someone who has a bit more experience and he's ready to step up, you know, which is why even though he ends the movie in a position of having his ass handed to him and being bewildered at, you know, some things that have come to light, we still at the end of the movie look at him with like admiration, and he's still our hero. And the fact that he basically loses, you know, by the end of the film, like, does not tarnish his heroism. He's still a character that we love and someone we believe in. And I don't think that that was necessarily an easy thing to ask, you know, to ask of, you know, the actor who played Luke in the first movie, and the fact that this then builds towards where he ends up in Return of the Jedi. You know, it's just, yeah, you know, we talked about this last week where I feel like it for so long it was so easy to like underestimate what a great job Mark Hamill did in these movies, and thankfully I feel like that's no longer the case, because he absolutely killed it in this role.
Yeah. No, and I mean, this is the movie where Luke gets to, you know, like Luke evolves. You know, we see him evolving on screen, and he's also evolved since the original movie. You know, there were 3 years in the real world between the original Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, but there's also 3 years in universe chronology between the events of A New Hope and the events of The Empire Strikes Back. So Luke has lived a life in that time. You know, he has, you know, after the big event, you know, the big adventure where he gets swept off Tatooine, he finds himself on the mission to rescue Leia. You know, he finds himself in a position to do this incredible thing of destroying the Death Star, and he does it all with kind of like a very almost boyish, you know, enthusiasm and kind of belief in just the idea that, like, we have to do this because it's the right thing to do. Like, why would we not? And now when we catch up with Luke 3 years later, you know, he, you know, as you said, he's become a commander in the Rebel Alliance. You know, the Rogue Squadron answers to him. He is an essential figure in the rebellion. You know, he is, you know, his relationship with Han and Leia and Chewbacca and the droids has deepened. You know, there's a reason why, you know, these people who were kind of became his companions by chance, you know, they're now the most important people in the world to them. He does not want to lose them. And he's also been training. You know, he has been training, even without Obi-Wan, you know, there to guide him, at least, you know, physically. He is, as we know, there spiritually. Luke has been trying to walk the Jedi path, and we see that he has made remarkable strides. But we also see that he is, you know, he is not doing it perfectly. And I think that some of where Mark Hamill gets to absolutely show us the strongest aspects of his performance are in the moments where we see Luke Skywalker, this, you know, iconic hero of, you know, representing the light side, struggle and fail, and we even see shades of darkness in him. You know, we have to believe, you know, that Luke can fail. The movie has to teach us that he can fail, because again, that's not usually the direction that these types of, morality fantasy tales go with their heroes, and that's what makes it so powerful. Like the moments on Dagobah where, we see Luke, who has always been incredibly kind and empathetic, he gets frustrated with Yoda. He's dismissive of him, he is obviously very impatient. And then there are moments where, he actually gives into some of what we would consider his baser instincts, not just in the dark side cave, which, by striking down that apparition of Vader, but also when he confronts Vader for real, you think about the fact that he believes what Obi-Wan told him, that this man killed his father, and you get the sense he doesn't just want to confront Vader because it's the right thing to do as the Jedi. He wants to kill this guy. He wants revenge on the man who killed his father. and then of course the moment when the truth comes crashing down upon him, and just to see the way that Mark Hamill portrays Luke breaking in that moment. This is his entire, everything he believed has been shattered, and he's obviously grievously wounded. He's alone, everything that Yoda and Obi-Wan warned him about has come to pass. He thinks, no way out, and he has a choice in that moment where he could join Vader, or he could die. That's the choice he's making in this moment. He's not necessarily thinking, oh, I'll fall to the bottom of the shaft and then I'll get sucked down and then I'll call Leia for a pickup. He's basically thinking, my choice is to join this evil man who has now told me he's my father, or I can fall, and what awaits me at the bottom is probably death. And that's the option he chooses. And it's an incredibly dark moment for the character. And obviously it's rewarding that, his friends come back and save him, because his bond with them, specifically his bond with Leia, who he does not yet know is his sister. But I love the moment where, just out of pure instinct in that moment, he calls out for Ben. He calls out for, and Ben cannot help him in this moment, as he warned him. And then he has the moment where he just calls out, Leia, hear me. And she does. And again, even though it's obviously wasn't decided until Return of the Jedi that, Leia would be Luke's sister and Force sensitive in and of itself, one of the reasons it works as well as it does is because of this moment where Luke calls out to her and she hears him. And it's because the bond that they share is just that strong. Again, so Mark Hamill is outstanding in this movie. All the actors are, but I really think it's the fact that we see him in many respects at his worst is when he really gets to shine.
Yeah, it's really serendipitous if there wasn't any intention there at this stage to have them be brother and sister, and to have Leia be the one Yoda is referring to, and he says there isn't another, to have that moment at the end of the film where Luke reaches out to Leia, that really, and that's part of the reason why, to me, I know people who saw Return of the Jedi when it came out, they were like, wait, what? And it comes out of the blue. And maybe it's because I grew up with all of these movies already being released and being a whole, that it always felt like a natural progression for me, even with the, the Lannister vibes, earlier on. But they didn't know. But yeah, so it did always make sense to me, and I think it works. It's not, I don't feel it's something that's just suddenly introduced in Return of the Jedi. I do think the seed is planted here. But yeah, and speaking of Leia, Carrie Fisher, I love her to pieces in this movie, and again, I think I think it's my favorite Leia, performance throughout the saga. Obviously, she gets to do a lot of really good stuff in Last Jedi, as well in particular, but she's also off screen for a good amount of time in that film as well. So I think that I rank this as like my favorite in terms of everything she gets to do. And, you know, and I love the way her and Han play off each other. And, yeah, just, you know, and I really do like, I do love the scene where, you know, you know, stop that. Stop what? My hands are dirty. My hands are dirty too. What are you afraid of? You know, or let me go. I mean, don't get excited. You know, having being held by you isn't quite enough to get me excited. Oh, sorry, we don't have time for anything else. And then, but what makes that really good is then he leaves, smirk on his face, and then she just turns around. And she's like,
Oh man,
it's just like, yeah, but then the way she like, you know, she stands up to him, and like when she doesn't trust Lando, she, you know, she's assertive in that. She doesn't just like, you know, she doesn't let it rest with like Han saying, no, it'll be fine. She's like, she makes it abundantly clear, like, you know, I don't trust Lando. And then he says, like, about 3PO, you know, Lando's got people that can fix him. And she's like, no thanks. And like, yeah, it's, I think she's so like, she's so fun, but she's so strong and like assertive, and she takes charge. And like I also love when another one of my favorite scenes is when Lando goes to free them at the end, and Chewie like grabs hold of him by the neck, and she's like, oh, we understand, don't we, Chewie? He had no choice. Meanwhile, you got 3PO in the back going, what are you doing? Trust him, trust him.
Yeah. It's always a joke. It's like Lando maybe should have explained his plan before he
But yeah, it's just I think she's great, and there's a reason why, like, when I got Carrie Fisher's autograph, which is always a funny story for me because she could tell she was not in the mood to be there signing autograph after autograph. I don't blame her. It's fine. Like it's just like after all these years, like it's just another day to her, and that was fine. But the thing about like when you're in line and you like they give you like a selection of pictures that you can choose to have autographed, and you know, especially I am the way that I am, and I was younger then, and like you have the options of, you know, like which Leia you're gonna take, and instant you're like go for Return of the Jedi's golden bikini Leia, but then you're also like, I won't lie, part of it was like, that's wonder how judgmental she's gonna be about that, and I'm sure she was used to it by that point. I'm sure it didn't phase her, but also like, but outside of that, I went for a shot of her from Empire when she's on Bespin and she's like holding a gun up like this, and she looks like don't fuck with me, you know, and like. And for me, like there was another aspect to why I chose that one, because I do feel like that's like that is Leia, like, you know, when she's being really strong and taking control and like not, you know, letting anybody else stand in her way. It's like, and she goes to try and rescue Han. They're too late, but she's ready to just, you know, charge out there, board Boba's ship and and save him. And yeah, and this is a woman who in Return of the Jedi is going to go into Jabba's palace, you know, disguised as a bounty hunter, threatening to blow the whole place up. It's just, she's such a badass character, and and someone who, like, again, in sort of a very traditional like setup in the original Star Wars, I mean, it's a bit more complicated because we see her like being very assertive in the beginning of the movie, but the movie sort of places her, almost giving a false impression in like a damsel in distress situation where she's needing to be rescued. But then when they actually do rescue her, it's like abundantly clear that this is a woman who actually has things well under control. And when you go to rescue her, she's actually going to be the one to take charge. And we see further like evolution of that in this film. And and so her strong personality and her strong, like, her resilience, but also the banter with Han, it just makes it such a wonderful performance. And so I've always loved her, especially in this one.
Yeah, no, I think that this is, I would agree. I think this is probably the best performance from Carrie Fisher across all of her time in Star Wars. And it's also her best looks. Like you mentioned, like this for me is the iconic Leia look, her in the hot costume. I know a lot of people will go to the original trilogy vibe because it's the first one we got, or the one from A New Hope. Her outfit, but I'm also glad you shouted out her Bespin outfit because that's an underrated look. But the white hot costume is where it's at, for me at least.
I do love the Bespin.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously she looks beautiful in all of it, but I think that like this, like maybe it's just because some of her best scenes with Harrison Ford as Han are with her in the hot costume. I kind of, when I think of Leia, like that's the look it comes to my mind first. But I also think that like her arc in this movie is an underrated one in terms of its emotional power. Because Leia is, we obviously revere her, rightly so, for being an incredibly strong and capable rebel leader. And, and we got that vibe in A New Hope. That's one of the reasons why it was such a revolutionary, performance. In this movie, she is still that, she's clearly like an incredibly, valued part of the Rebel Alliance command structure. She's giving orders, she's taking no crap either during that sequence or later in the movie. But her arc in this movie is ultimately an emotional one, because when you think about the fact, like, it's really about her learning to open herself up to the possibility that that she could, have something for herself, that she could fall in love with Han. And I know that there is a trope, there's an idea among people who will just say are less talented writers than the people who wrote this movie, that the way to show that a female character is strong and capable and independent is to say she don't need no man. And that's fair, but my point A counterexample is always going to be Leia Organa in The Empire Strikes Back. Because if you try to tell me she's not strong and capable and independent, then I'm going to call you a liar. And if you try to say that like she can't be that and have one of the most iconic romances in cinema with Han Solo, I'm, I don't know what to tell you. I disagree. This is, and it's because in this movie, we kind of talk about the fact that Leia's trauma in A New Hope is kind of underplayed. Just, it is what it is. The fact that she loses her planet, her adopted family, and she, it's kind of, we don't deal with the emotional fallout of that. But then in this movie, we see that she is faced with the possibility of losing Han, at first, just, into the idea that he has to go off and pay off Jabba the Hutt, and she doesn't want him to go because she tried to say, you're a great pilot, you're a natural leader, we need you, Han, we need you in the Rebel Alliance, but also because, she has fallen in love with him, even though she doesn't want to admit it. And their dynamic, works in those famous scenes on the Falcon because, it would, I know some people think it's a little bit dated in their dynamic, but it's clear that like Leia likes him too. It's obvious, and so it's not Han like putting himself on her, in making unwanted advances, or like he senses that there's something between them, and if he's trying to tease it out. And Leia at first doesn't want to give him that because she doesn't recognize, she doesn't think she has space for it given her work with the rebellion. But when she opens it up to it, it becomes one of the most beautiful and genuine, relationships in the entire saga.
Yeah, and I also want to bring up the fact again, as you mentioned, there's been 3 years between the original Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, and I think as the movie starts off, it's evident that there's been this undercurrent between them that has developed over the course of those 3 years, when they've probably been in plenty, a good number of life and death situations probably, and so much to the point that I do like the movie starts off with him, Han is playing, again, showing her inner strength, where she's got her eye on the larger rebellion and what's going on, and he's sort of like the the one who feels like he's he's kind of like, I know there's something here, please pay attention to me. And he's like, I just love his delivery of, don't get all mushy on me, so long, princess. And then but yeah, no, for me it works great, just because it's clear that they both have feelings for one another, but one of them is again has much bigger concerns, and whereas Han is always like a step away from feeling like he needs to leave because he's in danger. So he's there because he's developed these friendships and feels a connection to these people. Leia is there because she has a responsibility to the galaxy and to the larger rebellion. So they're just in 2 different places. So they're treating their chemistry differently. Where Han is just like, can't we just get it over with and go on a date? And she's like, this is not appropriate, and I'm gonna put up this wall. Yeah. But then they get thrown in this situation of The Empire Strikes Back, and they're in very close contact with each other. And let's be honest, and we'll leave aside the brother-sister thing for a minute, but also Luke isn't there. And there's potentially and the movie establishes that there's this kind of triangle element to what's going on there, and so they're in a situation where it's just them, and they're facing major life and death scenario, and so and so it's just now things are really vibing between them, and yeah, I think it's great, and yeah, as far as it being dated, there is a certain, you mentioned sort of an old movie style romance, classic from the 50s, and that kind of thing, but just so long as it's well written and it works well, I don't think that's a bad thing. Because there's a reason why people did love the romances of that time. It doesn't have to be sexist, I don't think that this is.
No.
And what made those romances great when they worked, and I'm not saying there weren't problematic ones, there certainly were, but it's based on chemistry and the back and forth banter, and you can have that while also being appropriate and and good and not bad. And and that's what they have this back and forth dynamic between them, where it's neither one of them is going to give an inch until they do. And it's just fun.
Yeah.
And I've always loved it, and and yeah, just that again, that opening scene. I thought you had decided to stay. Oh, the bounty hunter we ran into, and yeah, or man told changed my mind, which we know more about now.
Yeah.
Hey, and uh, Han, we need you. We need. What about you? I need. I don't know what you're talking about. Probably don't. What precisely am I supposed to know? Oh, come on. You want me to stay because of the way you feel about me? Yes, you're a great help to us. You're a natural leader. No, that's not it. Yeah. You're imagining things. Am I? Then why are you following me? Afraid I was going to leave without giving you a goodbye kiss? I just assumed kiss a Wookiee. I could arrange that. You should use a good kiss. It's just fun. Like
it's so incredibly well written, and it's well
yeah.
staged. Like one of my favorite little touches has always been the fact that right when Han is leaning in to say like come on kiss, there's a random guy just walks through between them, like just doing his business for the rebellion, and these two like rebel heroes are having it out in the middle of a public hallway, and he's just like, let me get through this as soon as possible. But yeah, it's also just the fact that they have a kind of confrontational dynamic, but it's because they have these unacknowledged, or at least unacknowledged on Leia's part, feelings for one another, and the stakes are so high. Like I mentioned earlier that the model that I think they kind of were evoking for this movie was the relationship both cinematically and off screen between Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, whose chemistry was famous. And in real life, they ended up getting together. It's been confirmed that Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher have had a little bit of a fling between after the events of A New Hope. It was over by the time Empire Strikes Back started, but the chemistry was real. Like this is a chemistry you cannot fake. Audiences are smart enough to recognize when actors are just acting out their feelings for one another. And then there's also when there's an actual palpable electricity between the two. And this is the latter, and I think it in particular for the character of Leia, the fact that she is so, committed to the rebellion, and she's so afraid of, what will happen if they don't give everything, both for the galaxy and for the people that she loves. That it's understandable from a human perspective that she would think, like, not just irrespective of the fact that she is, has some complicated feelings about Han as, and who he is, a scoundrel, a scruffy looking nerf herder, but that she just is like, I don't have time for romance at all because but that's not the way romance works. Sometimes it just happens to you.
Well, yeah, and the great thing about this plot of this movie is that it takes her out of her position of needing to like oversee everything for rebellion. They're just on the run.
Yeah.
And like if there's already like spark there and like feelings that haven't, like, I was gonna say haven't been expressed. They've kind of been expressed. But like and then you remove the thing that's kind of your excuse. And all that there is now is the two of them sort of, no pun intended, but bumping up against each other with all this tension, like that's when it's going to happen. And yeah, and it absolutely does. I just, yeah, no, I love it. And again, like, it's clear that there's like, as much as she seems to be like just annoyed with him in the first film, there is that moment at the end of the movie where, like, at the medal ceremony, he smiles at her and she kind of registers it, and she doesn't like roll her eyes at him. It's clear that like she's at least a little bit receptive to it. And this is 3 years on from that.
Yeah.
So like for me, it's not like, maybe if this had been like right after the first film, it would have been a little like, now it feels much more on like Han's side, and maybe he's being inappropriate. But I feel like by the time this movie starts, there's definitely this really shared chemistry and shared feelings that just aren't being expressed. And so for that reason, it works for me. Plus, and I'm going to mention this before we do mid roll. The whole thing is held out so beautifully by John Williams, love theme for Han and Leia.
Yeah, which
And
is a top 10 piece of Star Wars music,
yeah,
for me. It's just so sweeping and so beautiful. And I think that, as we had kind of mentioned, the fact that Leia, one of the reasons that she is perhaps seems outwardly resistant to, to Han is also, his circumstances as the reading of the rebellion, but also like we get the sense that when he says that he needs to go, he needs to leave, she is genuinely, disappointed, not just because she loves him deep down, but also because she, as she says, we need you. And
yeah,
the fact of the matter is that she, like, even though it's understandable why Han has to leave, as General Riken says, a death mark's not an easy thing to live with. That moment where she says, like, I thought you had decided to stay, that's really where, you can see her emotional vulnerability peeking out. And one of my absolute favorite moments from later, after they've, kissed and acknowledged their feelings, is when they're on Bespin in Cloud City, and Han is, talking about the fact that, like, that vibes here are a little weird, but we'll soon be gone. And then she just kind of looks at him and says quietly, "Then you're as good as gone, aren't you?" And I just like, and then Han, doesn't say anything in response to that, but it's like there's just the weight of what's between them is just so palpable on screen. And obviously we get the later, the big I love you, I know reveal, which we can give its own section too, because it's that iconic. But
I will just say, as sort of, keeping and talking about John Williams' music for them, that's the moment where it just comes in fully, and like that shot with the kiss, with the music, and the way they're separated, and then capped off with the "I love you, I know." It's just, we can dive into it more later on, but just like, I mean, talk about like your all-time screen romances. It's just like, oh my god, so absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. And before the mid roll, because it is kind of tied to this, I do want to acknowledge the Luke and Leia of it all in this scene, which is the fact that yes, at the time this movie was written, they were not designed as siblings, so there is kind of a love triangle vibe to it. But I personally think that the way that it plays in the movie actually tracks very well with the established dynamics throughout the trilogy. The fact that yes, Luke was a little bit infatuated with Leia, from understandably so, and it makes sense actually that they can sense that they have this connection, but they have no idea that they could be siblings. So they might perceive it differently. But like the scene where Leia actually kisses Luke, she's doing it in response to Han. Because Han is kind of pushing her buttons, with the whole like, well, Princess, I think you just got me to stick around later, and she's like, I had nothing to do with it. Jenna Riken says we can't leave because of until we activate the energy field. That's a likely story. I think you just can't barely let a gorgeous guy like me out of your sight. I don't know where you get your delusions, Laser. Laugh it up, Fuzzball. But you didn't see us alone in the South Passage. She expressed her true feelings for me. You half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder. Scruffy looking. That's the part that he.
And then the theme song from Buffy the Vampire Slayer was born.
Exactly. And then the fact that Han's like, I must have hit her pretty close to the mark to get her all riled up, and then she's like, okay, you're gonna make me do that. And then she goes for the kiss for Luke. And again, like it's clearly meant to be a like, ha, I'm gonna show you. And yes, Luke enjoys it. You know, he does the hand thing later. But I think in the movie, like the kiss dynamic is better. Like I will just note there are production stills, but from behind the scenes where Luke and Leia are wrapped up in a very close embrace and their faces are very close together. And I don't remember exactly what scene that's from, but it's like, if that was in the movie, I would get why people are like, what the hell? In this context,
I was going through production stills for the movie today, and there's a lot of weird ones.
Yeah.
So it may have just been like a behind the scenes, like jokey moment, because there's also like a romantic embrace between like Carrie Fisher and Peter Mayhew dressed up as Chewbacca, and like there's Irvin Kershner like right in front of Darth Vader with his lips puckered up.
Yeah.
And so I think they were maybe it's hard to tell what was actually supposed to be in the movie and what's just all of them having a good old fun time.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, okay, let's pause for a second and just talk about the mid-roll. Yeah, hold on a sec. I should actually pull up our schedule. Okay, so next week, perhaps not our best timed thing in the world given the state of our country, but I decided that we were going to do a stream close to the 4th of July. I thought it was a good opportunity for us to go ahead and celebrate the 25th anniversary of the movie The Patriot. I'm like, yeah, circumstances could be better, but I'm still perfectly happy we're going to do that because I love the movie. And so, yeah. So
I'm happy we're talking about The Patriot, not only because I love the movie too, and it's a 25th anniversary, but also because, as you said, we intended it as a 4th of July, stream. And I think it's important that we actually, talk about like the ideals of America and what they're fighting for. And we don't hop to the idea that like these people who are doing things that we profoundly disagree with, the idea that they get to own the flag is fucking bullshit. So we are going to celebrate our patriotism by talking about, what we see as true American values, and we will do it through the context of
I was watching the trailer as I was because I inserted it into the stream tonight. So by the way, if you didn't see the movie when it was originally out and you missed like the trailer for the promotion of the movie, watch it. I've gotten the description of this week's stream because it is seriously one of my favorite movie trailers of all time. And and for me, just watching that, I was like, there's so much baggage associated with it. The situation that we're going through right now, what America is currently standing for, and as well as the star of the movie and the way time unfortunately changes things. And yet I watch the movie and I'm still enveloped in the feelings that I had when the movie came out, and those feelings of like that it's the ideal, like you said, it's the ideals of what America could be, like what it was at its inception, which was a fight for freedom, and it's just like that's the version of like, and not that everything was like, like we declared our independence and suddenly we were a perfect nation. We'd still had a lot of problems that unfortunately we are still working through to this day. But I think that the ideals of what they were striving for and what this particular movie like inspires, that's what I wish our country was. It's what I believed it was for a very long time, and to be honest, I still feel like it could be. And it is in that spirit in which we'll be celebrating the 25th anniversary of that film. And it's just one of my favorite epic movies, period. And whatever my own feelings about the film's star and, you know, the various controversies over the years, you know, Mel Gibson was always one of my favorite movie stars growing up, and I think he does a great job in this movie. So we're just going to focus on that. I prefer to think of, you know, the Mel Gibson that is Benjamin Martin, William Wallace, Mad Max. You know, and yeah, it's like like I said, there's no mistaking. There's some messy things perhaps associated with, you know, talking about this movie at this particular time. But I'm just, I think we're just going to transport ourselves back to 2001 when this movie came out, and appreciate the movie that it is, which I think is a damn good one. And yeah, so, but yeah, I just wanted to address that because it did feel a little bit like an elephant in the room, unfortunately, with everything that's going on.
Of course. And then the thing is the line between art and artist, and also like the relationship of art to the times that we're living in, like there's kind of a personal line that everyone has to, you know, draw for themselves. And if you audience members out there are not feeling like that this is the, you know, it's the right time for, you know, to partake in a discussion about a movie like this, then, you know, that's fine. You know, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. But again, I do not want to surrender to the idea that, like, because there are things happening in the world right now that we profoundly disagree with, and because a star of the movie has, you know, made some personal choices that I don't agree with either, the idea that, like, well, then this movie is tainted and we should never talk about it again, especially now, like, and I'm like, or we should never acknowledge the concept of patriotism at all. It's like, I don't agree with that, you know.
And
you don't,
I'm just going to take a stand right here and say that for me, there's a profound difference between patriotism and nationalism.
Yes.
I think, unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of the latter in our current day, but I still believe in patriotism.
Yes.
And I'm very patriotic about the country that I want to live in, that I think we could be living in. So yeah. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and have a fun time next week talking about a really good movie with some, like, just great performances, some great action scenes, another amazing score by Mr. John Williams. And yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun. And then the week after that, we'll be back talking Star Wars with our stream for Return of the Jedi. And then the week after that, on July 13th, we'll be celebrating the 25th anniversary of the original X-Men film, which, you know, I keep saying I'm really excited for that, but I am. And yeah, and that's going to be so much fun. Especially thinking about things that are coming up, you know, in the next couple of years. So yeah, we'll have fun going into all that. And just talking about the splash that the movie made when it first came out. Again, another movie that came out in 2000. I like, you know, it's funny, you think first, you know, we should be excited to talk about, like, the actors and the roles, and, like, you know, how cool was it to see, like, Hugh Jackman, you know, first time the claws come out. And I'm like, yeah, all that's great, but I really want to talk about the production design of the film because I think it is like it is one of my favorite looking, like, comic book films of all time. And a big part of that is, like, the sleek nature of the production design, and, like, the, you know, Xavier's mansion, and, like, underground with all the, like, shiny silver, you know, just environments. And like, it's like that first X-Men film in particular for me has the vibe of like not just like a superhero action movie, but also like a science fiction film, which is why I love it so much. And so, yeah, can't wait to get to that. After that, we're taking a week off because you know we've had a nice good stretch, but I think in probably the next week or two we'll start, you know, hashing out like what we're going to do beyond that break, and because yeah, we've got some good ideas. I know some things that we've tossed out there are talking about the movie Sinners. I want to do an anniversary stream on Batman Forever, so we'll do that. And I even thought we can talk about this, but I'm feeling like I might actually want to do a stream about the MCU movie Thunderbolts.
I was so happy when I saw that on the Google Doc because
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's one of my favorites that they've done since the in the post Endgame era. And I never want to presume that you, Gwen, want to talk about an MCU movie. But I know you do have some that you love, like Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. And you had told me that you really liked Thunderbolts. So, but when I saw that you were actually like open to having a discussion about it, I was kind of like, yes.
And maybe it's just stubbornness on my part, the fact that there's so much discourse around like the box office and all that stuff, and I'm like, screw all that. Like, I think it's one of the best things they've done, and it just annoys me so much that the movie is being somehow regarded as a failure because it underperformed at the box office. And I'm like, yeah, but it's one of the best movies they've done. This is why our obsession with box office is so unhealthy. Because like, you know, for whatever reason, people didn't go out in droves to see it, but like this is like, they should be looking to this movie as like inspiration for what they need to do, like story wise and character wise, moving forward with a lot of stuff. And unfortunately, that's not what you know, Disney is going to take away from it. They're going to see that it underperformed, and they're going to be like, yeah, don't ever do anything like that again. And that just sucks so much. So so I feel compelled to like do my part to be like, no, actually, like, this was a really good movie, and here's all the reasons why I think so. And so yeah, so I think we are definitely going to cover that one, and go ahead and cheer that on.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that because my takeaway from that movie, in addition to just thinking it was a great movie that I loved, is that Florence Pugh should be the biggest movie star in the world.
Yeah. I mean, I've been like, you know, I've been such a huge fan of her since Little Women, which was the first thing I saw her in, and pretty much like I will see anything with her after that. I'm like, yeah, no, she's just amazing. And like, and you know, so much to the point where I'm like, Oppenheimer, classic movie, virtually perfect in every regard. Could have used more Florence Pugh though.
Yeah, that is a note I'm happy giving to every movie, is just, you know, stick a little Post-it note on it. It's like, needs more Florence Pugh.
Yeah, and I'm just so excited to see what she brings to the next Dune film, because her role is going to be bigger, and I'm like, oh my god, I can't wait for that. But yeah, okay, so so those are some of the stuff on the horizon for, you know, a bit further down the line. So we'll elaborate more on all our plans for the post break lineup of streams we're doing, but those are definitely a couple of them. Okay, anything else? Anything you want to mention before we dive back in?
No, just we'll have more details about schedule specifics later, but our next 4 weeks are set with Patriot, Return of the Jedi, X-Men week off, and then we'll let you know. So.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing I want to mention, which we might actually add to there'd be another selection added to the list. I want to thank you because, as I told you, I watched a little movie called Your Name. which I bought because I couldn't help myself. I saw it at the Barnes and Noble, and I was like, I've got to. It was really good. I with the asterisk being placed there that I had some expectations about what the movie was going to be that did not necessarily end up fully being the case, and so I'm looking forward to revisiting it now that and I still loved it, but now that I know exactly what the movie is, I think I'm going to love it even more. So
yeah, I love that movie so much. It's one of my favorites. I'm so happy that you liked it. And yes, if you're open to having a discussion about it, I am all in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm actually glad that I bought it because because initially I just got a trial subscription for Crunchyroll via Amazon, and but the subtitles were incorrect. They were the subtitles for the dub, which I suspected was the case because they had all like the closed captioning things, that are like the dead giveaway. And so initially I had bought it impulsively, and then I was going to watch it on Crunchyroll, see if I liked it, and then wait to open it up. If I didn't care for it, I was just going to take it back. But then once I saw the subtitles probably weren't correct, I was like, oh, screw it. I just opened it up and threw it in, and I'm really happy I did. Because I noticed that there are like some changes that are very specific, which change especially some of the stuff that you thought I would be interested in with the movie as it relates to gender and things like that. There are some differences between the two that like you can tell they tried to just simplify certain things for the dub, and I'm so happy that's not the version of the subtitles that I saw, because I think it's a much richer experience watching it as intended, properly translated. So yeah, I thought it was great, and we may indeed be adding that to the list. So, yeah. Oh, and before we jump back in, this is related to the movie, so we're actually veering back on topic now. But I did want to say, because I got this out when I mentioned that I had these on the last stream. Here is my Laserdisc edition of The Empire Strikes Back.
Nice.
Which is from that last release of the originals before the special editions came out. So I currently do not have the ability to play this, but that's okay, because I have a much better version of video quality wise of the original version of Empire Strikes Back to watch right now. It's just not as legal as that one. But yeah. But yeah, just wanted to show that off, and now we can dive back into actually talking some more about the movie. I finished off. I mentioned John Williams' theme for Han and Leia. Let's just like pick up there and just talk about Mr. John Williams, because there's another huge piece from this movie, which is the Imperial March. Which finally we get it. It's not in the original film. Made its first appearance here in The Empire Strikes Back, and it adds to what I was talking about earlier about like Vader being like a consummate badass in this movie. It's like it's just so great. You get that moment of there's a good bet the Empire knows we're here. We better start the evacuation. And then cut to the Star Destroyers and dum 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 dum. Yeah, and the theme starts in, and oh my god, just like I don't think that there's a more iconic piece of music.
No.
Like forget even just film music. Like, is there anybody who? I mean, I'm sure there is somewhere, but is there anybody who's like? I think it's more recognizable even than the actual Star Wars theme.
Yeah,
I think the Imperial March is just known by everybody.
Yeah, no, I mean, and part of it is just that like it's become something that even people will play even like separate from Star Wars context. Like I like whenever I've gone to like big sporting events and you know, the bands will play the Imperial March, and like I remember like when I was in high school, you know, before big basketball games, we actually there was like one it was like against one of our rivals. We came out to the Imperial March as our and then we won the game. So even though it probably wasn't the greatest to be, you know, imagery to be drawn, it was also just a badass piece of music. So it's like let's make use of it.
I actually wonder if that's. I actually wonder if that was part of the whole thing with John Williams writing a march for the Resistance in the sequel trilogy. It's like, let me give people perhaps a more aspirational march than coming out to the theme to the villains.
Yeah, which and that's a great piece of music too. But I actually also love the fact that it's now been established by movies like Solo that like actually in universe this is kind of this is like the Empire's like propaganda music.
Yeah.
so it has like, you know, a reason to be played diegetically as well as non-diegetically. But yeah, it's an iconic piece of music, and this movie has a lot of them. We already mentioned you know, Han and Leia's theme, the asteroid field music. That's another one.
Can I say that that's actually like, and I remember this being talked about when the prequels were out. And I want to be clear, like I've said before, for me, like the prequel scores are my favorite Star Wars music, and that's just a, you know, a thing of where I was buying the soundtracks as they came out. Like there are certain things where you're like, that was my generation of stuff, so like, so I'm predisposed to that. But one of the things that was talked about amongst like film score fans, particularly people who thought that those scores didn't measure up to the originals, was that the original films have like themes for action sequences, whereas in the prequels it's more like what you would sort of, you know, it was a different time. You know, for action scenes you have like a lot of noise, like with, you know, they're really well written, but it's like, let's hear like clanging over in this corner and then drums over here, whereas in these original films, you know, you got the asteroid field has a theme, and like there's a theme for when, you know, the Falcon is in a, you know, action sequence, you know, and it's just like, it's so interesting and so really different from how you score action sequences in a modern setting, you know, and I think that's part of what makes the score for these original films so amazing, is the fact that like the prioritization of themes, like above all, and just like giving these sequences their own identity. I just think it's so unique and so brilliant.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like other great, like the asteroid field is probably the textbook example of that, but like I also love the music from the Battle of Hoth, the music from the duel between Luke and Vader. Hey Laura, thanks for stopping by.
Hi Laura, I'm not forgetting. And no, it's like, I will say, Laura, if you missed it in the Slack, I will just say like these nails were originally longer, because I actually you still lay claim to painting my actual nails. These are fake nails. They were longer, but I couldn't do anything. It's like, even like turning on the oven was difficult. So I had to trim them down today. So yeah, you still lay claim to actually doing, you know, painting my actual real nails. So don't be jealous. But yeah, no. Oh God, yeah. What were we just talking? I got distracted.
Well, no, just the fact that this movie, as you said, has great music that is paired with action, you know, scenes, but also with characters. Because, you know, the other piece of music that we're going to gush about when we talk about the character himself is Yoda's theme. Which, I mean, that is really the piece of music that for me defines like wonder and mysticism in the Star Wars galaxy. So we mentioned that last week that John Williams' score for A New Hope is probably like the most influential film score ever written. I think Empire Strikes Back is right there with it.
Yeah, I think you'd say Star Wars is probably the most influential like score ever written. I think like the difference with Empire is that you can zero in on the themes are the most like influential, the individual themes, because there's just so much of and the themes in particular in this movie have had such a life over the course of the saga and have meant so much like emotionally. It's just like, just look no further than the fact that like in the season 2 episode of The Mandalorian with Ahsoka, the scene between her and Grogu, like she mentions Yoda, and for just like a half a second, there's just a touch of Yoda's theme. It's not even like a full expression of the theme. It's just a hint of it. And you immediately, like, your heart melts and you're like, oh my God, it's Yoda's theme. And yeah, yes, it's just so great. And then what else? And then, again, the Imperial March that has had such a, it has touched almost everything, ever since it was written, so much to the point where it's not in the original Star Wars, but they couldn't not use it in the prequels just because it's not established in the original film. So like they had to go there. And and I think maybe I'm misremembering, but I think even John Williams didn't want to be so overt with it, and I think it was George Lucas who was like, no, John, you have to. and I'm glad that Lucas made that decision, because particularly the use of the theme over the clone army at the end of Attack of the Clones is just like, oh my God, it's so incredible. And the way that, like, all right, we already did our Attack of the Clones discussion, but can I just for a second gush about the transition between the Imperial March to Across the Stars?
You may
in the finale, because it's just like that. You want to talk about my heart melting? I am just like, and then like to have that transition happen with the sunlight on Naboo and just the shot of Anakin and Padme, standing there getting married. It's just, oh my God. It's like, I remember when I first listened to Across the Stars on the soundtrack album before the movie came out, and I was like, and I did initially end up being a little disappointed by the movie at the time, but still, I think my sentiment is right on. I remember listening to that track on the soundtrack and being like, if the actual movie is even like a thousandth, as good as this score, then it'll be like one of the greatest movies ever made, because that's how great Across the Stars is. And so sorry for that digression, but it's like,
it's not really a digression. It's the fact that like John Williams has written some of the most iconic pieces of music in film history, and when you put them together, like the Imperial March and Across the Stars, it's even better.
Yeah, it really is. So and the Yoda theme, just talk about within the film itself. And the way that it's used delicately with the scene where Yoda is revealed to Luke, and it's just sort of very softly played, where it's like it's hopeful, and then it gets dark when when Yoda says, "You will be," you will be, which, by the way, still freaks me out.
Yeah, it's amusing that Yoda, like one of the kindest and wisest, characters on the good side of the Force, has one of the scariest moments in the Star Wars.
Well, also, okay, like, let me put a pause on the music thing for a second and just like talk about the fact that, and we're talking before my resurgence in being a Star Wars fan, like when the special editions came out. When I was younger, and I saw these movies, and this may have contributed to why Empire was not like my favorite when I was younger. Yoda freaked me the hell out. I was scared of Yoda when I was a little thing. And maybe it's maybe it's the Henson Company Association, because I was so scared when I was a wee little thing of the Dark Crystal and the Skeksis, which is hilarious because I love Dark Crystal now. But like, I don't think I associated like the Henson Company with the Muppets necessarily. I think I associated them with childhood trauma and and like freaky creatures in the Dark Crystal and Star Wars. But then of course, as I got older, I came to love Yoda, and he didn't freak me out once. I like. But I'm talking like I must have been like a really tiny thing the first time I saw the movies. So like just the fact that he was this little, green frog-like creature who's like, not only saying foreboding things like what we just described, but also the way he's like crawling around and going. So yeah. But now I love all that stuff, and it's like, and I'm gonna be honest, like I love Clone Wars, Yoda, and Yoda being wise, but I don't think like any of that holds a candle to mischievous Yoda. And when he's crawling around and taking all the stuff out of Luke's box and stuff, and I just love that that's part of his personality. This old wise Jedi master. He's just one of the greatest characters of all time, and just one of the most like inventive creations. And you can't, like, watching this again today, I'm like, how did this work? Because at the end of the day, it's a puppet. It's practically a Muppet, and it would have been so easy for it to not work, but they put so much skill went into first of all, the creation of the Yoda puppet and the skill with which Frank Oz performed it, not only with the voice, but just with his skill as a puppeteer. And then the way that Mark Hamill took it seriously and didn't like wink at the audience. He played it as straight as possible. And yeah, it's just amazing to me how well it works. And just imagine if it didn't, the whole movie would have come crumbling down around it.
Yeah.
And that would have been it for Star Wars. Would have been like, yeah, the first one was great, but then they tried this really weird thing with the second one, and it never recovered.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's Star Wars owes a debt to Yoda, and specifically they owe a debt to Frank Oz, for bringing Yoda to life. Because like when I think about like my list of like best performances in a Star Wars movie across like the entire franchise of all 11 movies, or including the TV shows, I don't know where Frank Oz's performance in The Empire Strikes Back as Yoda, ranks, but it's in the top 5. That is, even though it is a puppeteering performance and a voiceover performance rather than what we traditionally think of as a, an acting performance, it is absolutely an acting performance, because Yoda has an incredible amount of character, like he is so expressive. He is so, emotionally intelligent, in the way that Frank Oz like modulates his voice in the certain scenes. As we said, he can be scary, but he can also be incredibly, like empathetic and comforting. He can also be, solemn, and as you said, he can be mischievous. Like that is such a wonderful element of Yoda's character, because he is, as he's 900 years old. He's the greatest Jedi Master that we have had the pleasure to meet, in terms of like how revered he is. But that doesn't mean that he's just deathly serious and solemn. He, as we saw in Attack of the Clones, loves teaching the kids, and he will, he will tease, people, like, the whole lost the planet Master Obi-Wan has. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! And but yeah, and then also, like, I love the fact that even though he's playing a character here to kind of test Luke, like the fact that he gets into a stick fight with R2-D2, which I also like. That's another thing that the Clone Wars adds, like the fact that R2 didn't have his memory erased. I'm like, I think he remembers Yoda, and I think that he remembers coming to Dagobah with Yoda in the Clone Wars. And I think he's probably, there was part of him who's like, Yoda, what the hell are you doing? did you crack while you were on this planet for 20 years? You are not the guy I remember.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, that's the kind of funny thing where it's like, and again, you're like, they massage the story as they go along, but then part of me is like, no, it really is hilarious to just think that, like, no, it's all perfectly in, the right continuity, and R2 is just like, what the fuck happened?
The stories R2 could tell.
Oh my God. I do have like his or read out like some of the things. I am wondering, why are you here? I'm looking for someone. Looking? Found someone you have, I would say. Right. Help you I can, yes. I don't think so. I'm looking for a great warrior. Oh, great warrior. Wars not make one great.
Yeah, and again, like profound wisdom, like embedded in from the mouth of this Muppet, even as he's being silly, and that's one of the reasons George Lucas gave Yoda the speech pattern that he has, is so that we would pay attention more to what he was saying, because it's important.
Yeah, and let's see. Let's see some of the. Okay. Ready, are you? What know you of ready? For 800 years have I trained Jedi. My own counsel will I keep on who is to be trained. A Jedi must have the deepest commitment, the most serious mind. This one, a long time have I watched. All his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. Adventure, heh, excitement, heh. A Jedi craves not these things. You are reckless. Like so many great things. First of all, I'm listening to you talking about looking around, looking towards the horizon, never his mind on where he was, and I'm like, first of all, how dare you?
Yeah, I think we all feel a little attacked in that moment, because that is something that, like all of us, like we would like to think of that as kind of a good aspirational quality, and it is. But like Yoda's right that, like, if that's all you're doing, then perhaps you need to focus a little bit more on where you are, what you're doing. But he is, yeah. It also it hurts because it's true.
Yeah. But yeah, but seriously though, like, it's such a wonderful like moment. He is like spitting out all this wisdom, and and what I love about that is that a split second ago, to Luke, this little creature is just this annoying obstacle in his way, and then it's like, oh no, this is the guy you've been searching for, and he's had his eye on you for quite some time, watching not only your growth but all your faults as well, and he has some things to say about what he's observed about you, um, and then, but I love Obi-Wan in the background going, "Was I any different when you taught me?" And like, and by the way, like, not really a mention, not a name we have mentioned yet in the stream, but. And I feel like it goes like underappreciated the fact that Alec Guinness came back for both films, both Empire and Return of the Jedi. For all the stories people like to recount about, Alec Guinness's ideas about Star Wars fans and things like, he didn't just do the first movie and then wash his hands of it. He came back for both sequels and has pretty important parts to play in both of them. And like, he doesn't phone in either of these performances in Empire or Jedi. He's amazing. I mean, you wouldn't expect Alec Guinness necessarily to phone in performance, but he brings it, and yeah, I mean, I know it's been a long time since he passed away, but I just have to say, like, rest in peace, Sir Alec Guinness, because what an astonishing actor. And I did talk about this on the Star Wars stream, but like, just like, obviously coming to know him through Star Wars, but then getting to see things like Bridge on the River Kwai, Lawrence of Arabia, so forth and so on. I'm just like, one of the most amazing talents in the history of cinema, and it's just so great to see him in both of these sequels, because the more Obi-Wan, the better, always. By the way, just I'll let you continue on, but I forgot to mention earlier, just want to say we can also celebrate today the 3rd anniversary of the finale of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. So let's go ahead and say that, because that was a great performance by another Obi-Wan actor, Mr. Ewan McGregor.
Yes, and you know how much I love that show, and it's I'm always happy to revisit that one, because it is one of my favorite things in all of Star Wars, especially that final episode. But yeah, I mean, Alec Guinness as Obi-Wan he's used sparingly in this movie, but every time he shows up, like, it's meant to be, an effective, like the fact that he shows up when Luke is frozen and dying on Hoth, and that's kind of what gives Luke the strength to persist until Han can come and save him. And then the voiceovers in Yoda's hut, as you mentioned, like the fact that that Obi-Wan is kind of speaking up for Luke in this moment. And then when he actually appears again, when Luke is getting ready to go off to go to Bespin, it's an ominous thing that that he feels in this moment, that he has to do this, because he's terrified of that line when he's talking about, like, he's like, Luke, I don't want to lose you to the Emperor the way I lost Vader. And there's obviously so much more weight now that we know the true relationship and have seen Obi-Wan's relationship with Anakin through the prequels and the Clone Wars and the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. But he is a voice of reason. He is, ascended into the cosmic force now, and I love the fact that he and Yoda have, like, this is clearly not the first time they've been communicating, because, like, when he speaks up in the hut, Yoda is almost kind of seems like annoyed that Obi-Wan is undermining him here. But then when he comes to warn Luke, he's like, yes, to Obi-Wan you listen. And then that little moment that they share before when Luke.
I've always loved that moment, because it's like, he won't listen to me, Obi-Wan. Talk some sense in it. Yeah. And No, and that also that first, like, not the first appearance of Obi-Wan, because he's in the beginning of the film, but yeah, when Yoda first starts to reveal himself, he says, "I cannot train him. The boy has no patience." And then you just suddenly hear, "He will learn patience." And then to have Luke clock that and be like, "Wait, what's?" And I love that he still doesn't quite get it. It's like another couple of exchanges between Yoda and Obi-Wan before he goes, "Yoda."
Oh, yeah, and then the brilliant comedic beat of like, and tell him already, Ben. I can be a Jedi. Ben, tell him I'm like, again, very relatable, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Obi-Wan is just, he's great in this movie, even though he's obviously not as big a part of it as he was in the first one. But yeah.
Yeah, and I love some of his dialogue in that departure scene. It just, especially the way like he interacts with like the visual effects of him being like a force ghost, where he's like, he puts his hands up and there's like an electric current and he goes, "Luke, don't give in to hate. That leads to the dark side." And and it's just, yeah, I was always fascinated growing up about like what were the rules about being a force ghost, and like we've learned that they're a bit looser than maybe we thought they were, but but also like, and this is also going into what I was talking about earlier with like the expanded universe and the fact that we were just living in a completely different world back then. The fact that it was established in Heir to the Empire that like this is like a temporary state of things, that Obi-Wan would not be able to just keep talking to Luke for an infinite amount of time, that eventually he's going to sort of fade away. That's been, that changed in the canon that we currently have, where our understanding of exactly what the living force it is. And but still, like, your mind just went racing about all this stuff, back when there was just less of Star Wars, and the rules weren't really established, and so very much like the Clone Wars, where like they mention the Clone Wars and you're like, "What's that?" and your mind races about all the possibilities. Like this, the fact that like Obi-Wan is able to keep in touch with Luke after death, the rules weren't really laid down for what that was and what the connection was, and so it just inspired all this sort of imaginative, like sort of like just coming up with things in your own mind about like what that could mean, or what are the rules for this or that. And so yeah, I will say that is something that I kind of miss about growing up with Star Wars, is having, like just sort of having the story and then being left to figure other things out. And we still have that, but there's a lot more corners that have been filled in since then. But I'm also not one of those people who's like, "Oh, we should never find out about this or that or that." I'm like, well, if we do, we do, and you can engage with the story or not. That's up to you. But I can't lie. There was something magical about having fewer answers when we were younger. I don't know where I was going with that. I was just talking about Obi-Wan, but yeah. But yeah, I love having him in the movie. I really love especially that scene that he's in Return of the Jedi, which is like, I think one of his most consequential scenes in the entire trilogy. So, and we'll talk more about that in 2 weeks when we get to that film. But I know the other thing from Return of the Jedi that I did want to mention. I'll mention it again when we do the stream. We were talking about Yoda being 900 years old. Just his line, "When 900 years old you reach, look as good you will not."
I mean, he looks pretty damn good, you know, for
Yeah.
900. But
He's actually had a glow up since his slightly earlier days in the Phantom Menace.
yeah. I mean, that was not his finest. He woke up on the wrong side of the bed that day, or the puppet did.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's no. I mean, the dynamic of Yoda and Obi-Wan in this scene, in this sequence on Dagobah, is so essential because again, this is really where the mysticism of the Force gets, you know,
Yes.
it really starts to build itself up, because we got hints of it in you know, in the original Star Wars, where, you know, Obi-Wan was talking about, you know, the Force is what gives a Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and binds us. It surrounds us and penetrates us. And it binds the galaxy together. And then we see, you know, Luke training with the remote, and we see that Luke is able to, you know, make the shot on the Death Star, the impossible shot. But Empire is really where we get the sense of just how powerful the Force is. And it's, you know, when Obi-Wan had that line, you know, if you strike me down, I will become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Like, he didn't mean that he was going to go level up and become like a godlike, you know, being who could influence events all over the galaxy. He meant it that he would become one with the cosmic force. And the Force is everywhere. The Force is infinite. And that's why, like, you know, we're going to talk a lot about Yoda's wisdom in this scene, but like, it's why one of my absolute favorite scenes in the entire saga is when, after Luke has tried and failed to lift the X-wing, and Yoda gives him the famous, you know, line about the size, like, you know, what size matters not, and which has rightly been quoted, but judge me by my size, do you? Again, Yoda's mischievous there, but then it's really what follows that I love so much, where he says, and well, you should not, for my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is. Life creates it, makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. You must feel the Force around you, here, between you, me, the tree, the rock, everywhere, yes, even between the land and the ship. And I just always get chills running up down my spine when that happens. And
it,
like, yeah.
Sorry, John.
No, I was just going to say that. No, I'm sorry.
We keep doing that. Go ahead.
But just, and then it's followed up by the fact that, you know, Luke's response to that incredibly profound wisdom is, you want the impossible, and to storm off. And then when Yoda lifts the X-wing, and, you know, it's a beautiful moment, you know, awe-inspiring with the Yoda theme playing. But then when Luke sees what's happened and he comes back to Yoda, and his mouth is open, he has the line, I don't believe it. And then Yoda just looks at him and very solemnly says, that is why you fail. And like, again, that's another chill-inducing moment, because it's a testament to the fact that with the Force, all things are possible.
Yeah. And again, mentioning the brilliant Yoda theme, which is all over that scene as the X-wing is being lifted up. It's what I started to talk about that before, when I said about like the subtle ways in which the Yoda theme is used, and then it just comes full blast for the X-wing moment. And it's just, I want to say it's just one of the most beautiful pieces of music ever written, but like, I'm just saying that over and over again for every piece of music we discuss. I mean, there's a reason why John Williams' music, well, his music overall, but in particular for the Star Wars films, is just has the reputation that it does, because it's just, you know, I'm gonna like, I'm never not going to wear it on my sleeve that my favorite score for all time is Howard Shore's The Lord of the Rings. But I always have to, even when I say that, I have to tip my cap to John Williams and his work on Star Wars, because at the very least, it's my runner-up, and I think it's vastly more important in sort of the annals of film music, in terms of like what it's achieved and its legacy, and just virtually every piece of music that he has composed for Star Wars is just a masterpiece. So, like, it's one hell of a legacy. And yeah, that's why, like, which, by the way, if any of you watching this have not watched the John Williams documentary on Disney Plus, go do it because it's freaking great. And yeah, so if you want to mention anything else on Yoda really quick, we can come back to him, but I wanted to make sure I don't want to leave it to the end of the stream. We touched on him a little bit, but I wanted to devote some time talking about Mr. Billy Dee Williams, because we have to talk about Lando.
we do, and it depends on how long you think we need for this section, because the other incredibly profound piece of wisdom that we really need to dive into, because it kind of influences the whole saga, is the dark side cave, which is this is where we see the Force, like, we've seen the power of the Force, we've seen how incredibly like what Yoda can do with it. But this is where we see that, as we said, the dark side is part of it, and an inextricable part of it, and it's dangerous if you don't know how to, handle it. And Yoda's wisdom is, when he's trying to pass that on to Luke, is, something that, again, Luke kind of struggles to learn in this movie, but eventually it does seek in it after his confrontation with Vader, and he takes it to heart, almost too well in certain respects, but he learns the lesson. And I just want to, like, when Yoda, they're training, and again, we're getting the great, visual of Luke is doing all the flips and Yoda's riding on his back, so we kind of have a little bit of a sight gag there. But then again, listening to what Yoda is saying, where he's talking about the nature of the Force, the Jedi strength flows from the Force, but beware of the dark side. Anger, fear, aggression, the dark side of the Force are they. Easily they flow, quick to join you in a fight. If once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny, consume you at will. As it did Obi-Wan's apprentice. And then Luke's response to that, Vader, is the dark side stronger? And Yoda's response of, no. I love the way he says that quietly. Quicker, easier, more seductive. And God, is that true? And then when he says, how am I to know the good side from the bad? You will know when you are calm, at peace, passive. A Jedi uses the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. So beautiful.
It's so funny. Just when I was younger, I'm listening to that and I'm like, and I was probably still in like my, taking karate at the time. And that felt like a lesson that I was from my teachers about the nature of like learning martial arts is always, for defense and never for attack.
Yeah. And a lot of it, this comes from, Eastern religions and Eastern philosophy. So there's, direct real world connections there, but also in this movie, we get to see what happens when you don't learn that lesson, and Luke gets it in the very next scene where, again, another one of my favorite moments of, performance from Frank Oz's Yoda is when Luke senses the dark side cave, there's something not right here. I feel cold, death. And Yoda saying, that place is strong with the dark side of the Force, the domain of evil it is, in you must go. And then Luke's response of what's in there, and Yoda kind of just looking down and saying quietly, only what you take with you. That is something that I have like internalized like in my soul about, not just with how much I love these movies, but just in life in general. Like when facing down like the prospect of darkness and evil, what's in there, only what you take with you. If you go into a situation like this with hate in your heart, with fear, with anger, that is what the world will show you back. And that's the lesson that Luke learns, because when he confronts Darth Vader in this scene, and he cuts open the mask, and he sees his own face, which again, that is a moment that freaked me the hell out when I was a kid and saw it. But now with a little bit of an older context, like the metaphor and the power of that idea is clear, you know, like this is the danger Luke is facing. Like this is why it's dangerous for him to go confront the Emperor and Vader, like, because not just that he will, you know, he could lose and he could die, but as Yoda says later, you know, if you choose the quick and easy path, as Vader did, you will become an agent of evil.
And then, of course, there's something more like, and obviously, you know, in the cave when he cuts off Vader's head and it's revealed to be his face, the message there ultimately, if you give it to hate, this is what you will become. But also there's, you know, the aspect of it, also the fact that it's hinting at the fact that Vader is Luke's father. Yeah. And that's the connection there. But you don't, like, if you're watching this for the first time, you don't draw that connection because, like, the lesson being taught here is about your own darkness and giving into that. So, like, it like gives you right there what you need to know, but you're not like focused on that. But that's the beautiful thing, is that when the revelation does come and then you go back and like it's all right there for you to figure out, but just initially you're not looking for it, because and that's the sort of brilliant thing about having it be, you know, the fact that Obi-Wan tells him point blank that Vader killed your father. It's like Obi-Wan would never lie to Luke. And so your mind isn't even going to that place. And so so they're able to layer in all this stuff that's basically, it's telling you there, if you know, it's telling you if you know what to look for, but you're just not looking for it. And that's what makes the reveal so powerful when it does happen.
Yeah, and it's one of the reasons why, like, this is one of my most rewatched scenes in all of Star Wars. You know, I've seen these movies a lot. This is one that I will go back and watch even out of the context of the movie, just because, you know, this is really where the core philosophy of Star Wars gets its heart. And I think that it's ultimately, and it's an essential lesson for Luke to learn, for him to fail he needs to kind of learn the hard way. But I also love the fact that once he internalizes this lesson, he is able not just to live that in practice, but he's able to find a better way. Like the fact that, you know, we'll talk about this more when we talk about Return of the Jedi, but the fact that even though that Yoda and Obi-Wan at this point believe Anakin is gone, Anakin, you know, he's more machine now than man, twisted and evil, he needs to be destroyed, and the Emperor does as well. They tell him as much in this movie. Stop, they must be on this all depends. Only a fully trained Jedi Knight with the Force as his ally will conquer Vader and his Emperor. And Luke's brilliance as a hero is that he takes the lesson of the dark side cave. You know, if you go in only what you take with you, if you go in with hate in your heart, you will fall. He goes into his confrontation with Vader, with Anakin, and with love in his heart, and he manages to reach him against all odds. So
at least eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, not in this movie, but eventually.
Yeah.
He needs. Yeah.
And it's and you mentioned about like really taking these lessons to heart of, you know, what's in there, only what you take with you. And I was going to be tongue in cheek if that's also true of watching Game of Thrones. But we won't go there. But yeah, just, you know, and you and I have had off-stream discussions about sort of the way we choose to face the world, and I think that this is a lesson that we have both internalized. That it's never beneficial to go into a situation with hate in your heart, because that's only serving the enemy, whoever that enemy is. And yeah, you'll only end up corrupting yourself. And yeah, it's a powerful lesson and a good one. You know, it's something that's difficult to put into practice, but you have to strive for it, and which Luke fails to fully, you know, internalize in this film, but he eventually gets there.
Yeah. No, and I think that it ultimately it's all the more powerful once you expand it out to the entire saga, and you get not only Luke's story but Anakin's story and Rey's story. And it's why I kind of think of this as like the core tenet for like the three. I kind of tie this to two other moments. One from the Phantom Menace and one from the Rise of Skywalker, which the first being in the Phantom Menace, the idea of, you know, Yoda saying that fear is the path to the dark side, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. And then this moment in Empire Strikes Back, when talking about the dark side cave, which represents fear, and the what's in there, only what you take with you. And then it leading ultimately to the moment in Rise of Skywalker where Luke, when Rey is at her lowest, has the line, confronting fear is the destiny of a Jedi, your destiny. And that is kind of an emotional through line throughout the entire saga that I just find, it's one of my favorite things about Star Wars.
Yeah, and not to get controversial, we'll cross this bridge when we get to our sequel trilogy discussions. But you know, I'm not reserved about the fact that I do have, you know, sort of issues with the execution of Rise of Skywalker, but I love so many of its ideas, and one of them is the idea of, you know, Rey confronting both her fear and hate as an idea, and the fact that I actually really do love the moment when she, and I know this is a line you love as well, when she's in front of the Emperor and, you know, all you want me to do is hate, but I won't, not even you. And it's such a beautiful notion, a beautiful idea, and and so yeah, and I love that that's the ultimate victory over Palpatine is, you know, and again, I have some issues with the execution, but like the notion of ultimately defeating Palpatine from a position of, you know, like a defensive tactic of, you know, the fact that he's lashing out and ultimately it ends up, you know, he ends up destroying himself basically. And I just think that's a beautiful idea and message for the saga to end on. And it's just one of my favorite things about the Force and the Jedi, and it's just, you know, and we did have a much bigger, larger discussion about this. I don't want to get into it necessarily, but it's a lesson that so many, you know, self-proclaimed fans of Star Wars refuse to understand. Yeah. And it's so evident in the way that they engage with being a fan, is that they don't take the lessons of Star Wars to heart. And it just, it drives me up the wall. But I don't want to dwell on that too long, because we'll just end up ranting. But like, there's just so many beautiful lessons to be had in Star Wars, and unfortunately, I do feel like it goes over a lot of people's heads. Like they accept it within the confines of the story, but not how they engage with the story.
Exactly.
Yeah. But anyway.
Yeah. As you said, if we get down that track, we will talk about that for 3 hours, and it's like let's keep the focus on the movie. But just know that's what's in our heart when we talk about this stuff.
Okay, let's switch over to Bespin and talk about the man, the myth, the legend, Lando Calrissian, played by the great Billy Dee Williams. Um, buddies with Han Solo. uh,
Oh man,
which ultimately they are, but they have a complicated past.
they do, they do.
Um, I
As even stole a Star Wars story.
yeah, and oh my god, I just like, and again, it's so easy to like take for granted how great Billy Dee Williams is. As Lando, and just how great the character is, because I absolutely love Donald Glover's take on the character as well in Solo, but we have discussed that when we did our Solo stream, so we will make sure to have this just be a pure Billy D love fest. Just like the moment he steps on the screen with are you no good double-crossing swindler? You have a lot of guts coming here after what you pulled. And then that immediately, like, melting away of all that, and, like, that beautiful, infectious laugh, and how you doing? So good to see you. And, of course, he's not being honest here, because it's, he's actually sold them out to the Empire, unfortunately. But he's just so charismatic right off the bat, and you cannot help but love him. And it's the reason why you don't really like. It'd be very easy then to turn against the character when it's revealed that he's sold them out. But what's so brilliant about the way like the character is established is that, well, first of all, again, you're working off the charm of Billy Dee Williams. And it's impossible to dislike him. and so like, but then also like they do a really great job of layering like in the exposition of what Lando is responsible for, and the fact that he is running Cloud City, he has a lot of people to provide for and to protect, and that he's in a situation where he doesn't really have a choice when the Empire shows up. And so you understand the position that Lando is in, and you even feel a little bad for him when he's trying to explain why he had to do these things. And like Han and Leia are like, "Yeah, we don't want to hear it. Shut up, Lando." and then of course later on when he tries to help out, and like this is why, like I'll mention again, I think it's so brilliant having 3PO going, "What are you doing? Trust him, trust him." It's like, it's little things like getting us on the side of this character who basically betrayed our heroes, but he's in a really, and then you got moments like when he's interacting with Vader where he's like, that wasn't part of our agreement, and and Vader going, "Perhaps you think you're being treated unfairly." No. And then this deal's getting worse all the time. And yeah, they do a great job with the character, because they make him infinitely likable, sympathetic, and then he ultimately does the right thing.
Yeah.
It's just a beautiful, a wonderfully written character, and played by one of the most charismatic actors on the planet. And then I love where he goes from here. Like once we get to Return of the Jedi, and the stuff he gets in that, where he basically gets to lead, like he's like the primary character of the space battle in Return of the Jedi. Like everybody else is like just side characters who show up in that movie. The fact that like that whole section of the storyline in Return of the Jedi depends on our connection to Lando as a character, just speaks to how well established he is in this film. And yeah, I love him to death, and that was like one of the things I was really happy about with Rise of Skywalker, is that he came back for that, and the fact that he played by another actor, was in Solo, a Star Wars story, and I'm really hoping that we still get whatever it is they're cooking up with Donald Glover as Lando. If it ends up as a film, if they change their mind and go back to a TV show, whatever. I just hope we get whatever it ends up being, because I love the character so much.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, he is another one of this movie's absolute triumphs. The fact that, I mentioned that, Frank Oz's Yoda, like the movie almost doesn't work if Yoda doesn't work. And Lando, like, is it, he's not, maybe not quite on that level because he's not as central to the story, but like the fact, as you said, that like he's a character who is introduced as this old friend of Han's and then he betrays him, it would be so easy to write the character off, but you can't, because it's just, he's so well drawn, and Billy Dee Williams is just so good. And not even just to step back from the how great he is in the movie, he's an important character for the Star Wars legacy, because
Yes.
the original Star Wars film, like iconic, beloved, rightly well deserved, one of its historical drawbacks, unfortunately, is that there are really no black actors on screen. Obviously James Earl Jones is an essential part of the movie. He's doing the voice of Darth Vader, but it's essential that when this movie, when The Empire Strikes Back expanded the palette of what Star Wars could be, one of the things it did was it cast a prominent black actor as Lando Calrissian, and then he immediately became a beloved part of this universe, where you're just like, yes, he feels like he's always been there, and he should be there. He belongs there.
And really, like, and it's interesting now going, like, I've been, it's kind of, might be easy for some people to be like, well, such were the times, and and the casting of actors, but like, this was 1980.
Yeah.
You had the talking about science fiction, you had the breakthrough, and lots of different skin colors, nationalities in, like, Star Trek, which was 1966. There really was no excuse, and so I'm glad, I'm really happy that they made this step with Empire Strikes Back. Um, Unfortunately, it's something that I've sort of learned. It's like, it's something that unfortunately is so systemic that it kind of, until more recent times, it was just this kind of thing where, like, filmmakers could get away with, like, not intentionally excluding anybody, but it's that, like I said, it's such a systemic thing in our culture, unfortunately, that people don't even realize necessarily that they're contributing to um like, to that status quo, and not creating opportunities. Like, I pretty much consider the Lord of the Rings films to be perfect. I'm incapable of saying anything else, but there's also, like, those films also are a sort of victim of just, like, the filmmakers just probably not thinking about it, and just, like, adapting, perhaps what was in their heads, for characters for when they read the books, and um and the world has moved on, which is why it's such a great thing what they've done with the casting for Rings of Power. Even though they've, like, that show has caught a lot of grief for it, it's a good thing that they've done it. And it's just one of those things that I think a lot of people making movies over the years, like, they didn't think of themselves certainly as, like, racist or bigoted or anything like that, but they were sort of unconsciously contributing to the way things were, by not, like, acknowledging the imbalance. And so it was a really, it was, by this point it should have been something that, like, wasn't like some reach that, like, oh, we should do this, but it is nonetheless, like, really good that they they hired Billy Dee Williams and that they took a step forward. They needed to take several more steps forward down the line, and they've been getting there, and unfortunately it's been met with resistance, as we know all too well. But you have to just keep chugging ahead regardless of what a lot of bad faith actors, no pun intended, will bring to the discourse and the discussion. And message to Lucasfilm, you also need to defend your actors when that stuff comes up as well. But yeah, needless to say, you're absolutely right that it was an important moment for Star Wars. And even though I do feel like they were a little slow on the uptake of pushing it even further, I think we're seeing more and more, strides being made all the time. Like I said, though, I just like not to get into. I think we can discuss this more when we do our sequel trilogy discussions. But the fact that they really needed to, Lucasfilm and Disney needed to step up more and be more supportive of actors like John Boyega, and then when it comes to the television shows like Moses Ingram and just the entire cast and crew of the Acolytes, and and it's so this was a very important moment. There were still ways that needed to be going, still ways that do still need to be gone, but it's a process.
Yeah, and it's like, and this is a case where like you look back at the movie and you're like, and the fact is like Lando is an iconic, brilliant character. He is pretty much the only black actor in the movie, and it's like it's easy to go back in retrospect and be like, well, then there should have been even more. And it's like, yes, there should have.
Yeah.
But that door doesn't get opened if Lando isn't, if Lando doesn't really work as a character. The fact that he was such a resounding success helped open doors for other actors to come in behind him, and for people who were making high science fiction fantasy films to recognize that you can cast actors of different races and ethnicities, and it can work in this context. Audiences can accept it. And it's a testament to the fact that Star Wars did it, and they're basically like, they weren't going to worry about the racists, who were, this was only like a couple, like 10 years after the civil rights movement, basically, and they're like, no, we're going to cast Billy Dee Williams, and he is going to be part of this galaxy. And the fact that he is black, but we're not going to like call attention to that in the movie. It's just, he's going to be there, and you're going to accept it. And obviously
it is funny enough, like it stands out more than if they had hired maybe some more.
Yeah.
it's the, again, going back to the Family Guy parody, it's like, I think he might be the only black guy in the galaxy. It's like, well,
yeah, and I mean, and that's a fair joke to make, especially at that time. But it's like, again, that's the case of like the people needing to learn and needing to grow and do better, and both in the movie making process and the fandom, because like the fandom obviously needed to accept the fact that Lando is not the only black guy in the galaxy, and neither is Mace Windu, and not every black character is related to them. Again, baby steps for a fandom that has a lot of growing pains. But in this case, bringing the focus back to Lando as a character in this movie, once we learn that he has, the charming stuff is fun, when he is, like kind of taking the piss out of Han, and when he is, like trying to put the moves on.
Welcome, Leia.
Yeah, well, he's trying to put the moves on Leia a little bit, which again, this is classic Billy Dee Williams charm. And I love the fact that like when he comes in later and he's like, "You look absolutely beautiful. You truly belong with us here among the clouds," and Han is just there like.
they've been down this road before.
Yeah, it's like this happens with Kira, you know, if you that like he's remembering this. He's remembering Kira talking about Lando's prodigious but
Oh, now you just remind me. I want Amelia Clark back in Star Wars.
I do too. Let's make that happen. Let's make Solo 2 happen. But yeah, but also the fact that, as you had also mentioned, once we realize the situation that Lando is in, the fact that we kind of empathize with him because, you know, it's not made super explicit, but it's called the fact that part of the reason he sold them out is not just because he's trying to save his own neck. It's because he's in charge of this city. He has people he is trying to protect. And that moment when, you know, Vader starts altering the deal and says that, like, you know, actually Leia and Chewie can never leave this city, and Lan's like, that was never a condition of our agreement, nor was giving Han to this bounty hunter. And Vader kind of cruelly looks at him like, perhaps you think I would be you're being treated unfairly. And you just see Lando like sigh because he is being treated unfairly, but he knows if he says that, then he's not going to be able to protect the people anymore. And so he's like, no. And then when Vader's like, good, it would be unfortunate if I had to leave a garrison here. And again,
Which,
kind of a, yeah.
Can I just say that, like, that whole dynamic reminds me of something in our current world where, you know, a certain group of people maybe think that they can, you know, actually engage, you know, like with truly evil people in a sort of professional capacity, and then are shocked when the evil people do evil things and renege on their agreements. And it's like, yeah.
I was definitely thinking about that when I watched the movie the other day, and when Lando turns around and says this deal is getting worse all the time. I'm like, there are a number of people in our current political scape who I can definitely think are probably thinking the same thing. Now, if only they could be like Lando and fucking do something about it, maybe we would be in a better position. But a lot of them are cowards, and Lando is not.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's. But by the way, okay. I also, you know, speaking of that scene, I want to digress just for a second and talk about another guy in this picture, which is Boba Fett.
Yes.
Which, and it was really interesting. It always catches me after I was watching the original version of the movie today, so I'm hearing a different voice for Boba Fett than I've gotten used to over the years, and I'm like, oh, that's surprising.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's there's a whole history with Boba Fett in this movie, and people building up their expectations about the character, and then Return of the Jedi happens, and them being disappointed, and then the character coming back, you know, through the Star Wars prequels, and then the Clone Wars, and some of those people getting their expectations of what the character was built up again, in my opinion, like unfairly. They were bringing their own things to that, and then being disappointed again with you know, with a certain TV show because they had made up their mind on what the character is versus what the storytelling is, you know, is saying. But then there's another side to the legacy of the character, which has led us to the Mandalorian. And I think the, like, Din Djarin is definitely, like, you know, the tipping the hat to the love that a lot of people had for the, you know, the masked bounty hunter, and you know, and all that stuff. Needless to say, Boba Fett is an incredibly important character in the legacy of Star Wars. Just maybe not quite as important of a character in these movies as he was made to be by the fandom. but he definitely became, you know, a huge staple of Star Wars as time went on, and I just want to see more of his backstory that we started to get in the Clone Wars, and like give us that Boba Fett Cad Bane backstory, please.
Yes.
You know, which we've never really gotten except in animatic form.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I love him, and he's just like, you know, and I love, you know, where the scene where the bounty hunters are introduced, and first of all, I love that Piet is like, bounty hunters, we don't need their scum, and then he gets freaked out
Yeah.
by Bosk.
I think Bosk heard you, Piet. perhaps keep your opinions to yourself. But yeah, it's this scene is like again another thing that the movie did in terms of expanding the palette of Star Wars is the whole idea of bounty hunters that have become such a staple for Star Wars. Because we get the hints of like in the original of like the wretched hive of scum and villainy that is Mos Eisley, but this is really where we get the whole idea of the underworld and the fact that all these incredibly dangerous, mysterious mercenaries are out there, and Boba Fett is the most dangerous of them all. Like talk about just like the rule of cool and the costume. Like that's part of the reason that Boba Fett was became such an icon, but also and also the action figure that came out before the movie and how hard it was to get. But also just his attitude, because he really does evoke, the classic silent gunslinger, the Lee Van Cleef of the Western, because he's a man of few words in these movies, and very few characters have ever gotten a more introduction that sets them up and who they are in fewer words than when Vader is giving his speech to the bounty hunters and he approaches Boba Fett specifically and points a finger and says, "No disintegrations," and Boba Fett just saying, "As you wish." You're just. Which tells you, like, yes, he's had to tell Boba Fett this before, and Boba Fett didn't listen and disintegrated some people.
And I will just say, like, not to open up the special edition can of worms, not even the special edition, actually the DVD version.
Yeah.
That it came out where they replaced let me see, Jason Wingreen's voice with our beloved Tamora Morrison, which, like, and I'm not actually upset at all with that, especially in a modern context, because like you expect to hear that voice come out of Boba Fett. So I actually think it's just, but I do tend to like the vocal performance of the original better, because I think it's a bit more menacing. Because I honestly think they just handed Tamora Morrison like a list of phrases to say, and like, whereas this was very finely tuned, when they were making the movie, and so I do prefer, like, yeah, like later on when he says, "He's no good to me dead." There's something very menacing about that original voice, and so yeah, I prefer it slightly, but at the same time, I'm like, you're not going to hear any complaints from me if the voice of Tamora Morrison is, coming from Boba Fett, because he is, at this point, he's Boba Fett,
Yeah.
But yeah, either way, it's a great character, and it's so fun to see him here. And speaking of which, speaking of the voice thing, like, and this is a time capsule if there ever was one. I remember like the debate about like, why did they only replace Boba Fett's voice? Why aren't the stormtroopers now being voiced by Tamora Morrison? And that's because everybody just assumed that all the stormtroopers were still clones, because this was right before Revenge of the Sith came out. So as far as everybody knew, like, Attack of the Clones basically had confirmed that the stormtroopers were all clones. And so that's just like, that's a lesson in like things we think we know, but we don't actually know yet. And so yeah, that's a funny anecdote that I just remember from the time. and it was interesting because that actually kind of told us about something, and we've gotten so much storytelling out of that, particularly from like the Bad Batch and like the introduction of the stormtroopers and the training or lack thereof that they receive. Which I have such a love. We've gone over this before, but I have a love-hate relationship with the in-universe like debate of like how still the stormtroopers are supposed to be, because I prefer it when they are just treated as like lethal killing machines, like they're supposed to be in the original Star Wars. Obi-Wan says as much, and then they're treated as such in Andor specifically. I think the Mandalorian goes too far with with the whole joke. But still, it's interesting because it all got sort of, Lucas kind of tipped his cap for what he was going to do with the stormtroopers with that DVD release, because if they were all meant to be clones, then they would have all been voiced by Tamora Morrison, and they were not. So
and I'm glad that you called out the original voice actor Jason Wingreen, because he kind of has a tendency to get forgotten, because people do remember that Boba Fett is portrayed physically in this movie by Jeremy Bulloch, but it's actually often not acknowledged that it's a different actor, Jason Wingreen, doing the voice. And as you said, he's incredibly menacing. And I'm a kind of two minds when it comes to the Tamora Morrison voiceover and the updated versions, because on the one hand, I like, in the larger context of the Star Wars galaxy, like, I get it. We've now confirmed Boba Fett is a clone. He should be played by Tamora Morrison. He is in later in the Book of Boba Fett, which I really love, like what they do with the character in that show. But I actually do agree that for this movie, I prefer Jason Wingreen's original line readings. So.
Cool. We agreed on
we
something there.
we do on this. There are a couple of other special edition changes that I or things where, like, I don't dislike what's there now, but I actually prefer the original, where like there's a moment when Vader is heading back to his ship after the Luke confrontation, and in the new one he says, "Alert my Star Destroyer to prepare for my arrival," and then the original he just says, "Bring my shuttle." And
they also insert shots of him like traveling back up, which are so unnecessary. And one of the shots is even him boarding the Death Star from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I caught that. And again, this is a case where I like, even though I said I think that the story of this movie is perfect, this is a case where like, those little like quibbles still there.
And so when I was watching today and it's the original version, I was like, oh my God, like the editing of this sequence is so much better in the original. And then it's a small thing, but I also really love the original line of when R2 gets thrown up by the sea monster and Luke goes, "You're lucky you don't taste very good."
Yep.
I prefer that. But yeah. Anyway, so we were talking about Lando, and I'll just say, like, I know I've mentioned a couple times this in the scene where he decides to help, and he releases Leia and Chewie, and which, by the way, like, we haven't really like sung the praises that much of like 3PO in this movie, but he's got so many great lines, and like when they start running away and Lando's still like catching his breath, and 3PO goes, what's the first part of what he says? But he ends up saying, he's like, "I'm terribly sorry about all this. After all, he's only a Wookiee."
Yeah, which is harsh, because Chewbacca is obviously so much more than that. But on the other hand, I'm like, he did screw 3PO's head on backwards, so I get why 3PO's a little pissed with him right
now. Yeah. Stormtroopers here. I have to warn the others. I have to warn the others. Wait, I've been shot.
See, the stormtroopers can hit something.
Yeah, and then earlier when they're all and on Hoth, when they're all, which by the way we didn't even touch on, like,
well, we can go back to that. Yeah,
the big Hoth battle sequence, but I don't necessarily want to go beat by beat through the action, but we can touch on it. When they're running away, and 3PO was just like, wait, and then Han goes through the door and it shuts, and he just goes, how typical.
Han, one of the reasons that this movie is like, so it has so many funny moments. A lot of it is Han's exasperation with 3PO that provides a lot of the comedy, like the hurry up, goldenrod, you're going to be a permanent resident, and then in the dynamic, the famous, like when 3PO is trying to give him the odds, and Han gets to the odds of success mean nothing. Give me an asteroid field of 3,721. Never tell me the odds. And even just the physical gestures, like when they're like when Han is trying to fix the ship because they can't go the light speed, and 3PO is trying to tell him that the hyperdrive motivator has been damaged, and Han does not hear it yet, and he just says and 3PO is like, it can wait.
And then, again, I forget exactly every word of what he says. He's like, I'm afraid you'll have to replace it. Well, of course I'll have to replace it. And then he goes over to Chewie lightly and says, Chewie, it looks like we better replace it. Whatever. And then 3PO looks back at him. Like,
and it's so good.
3PO has so much personality in this. It's just so great.
And because we're in that moment, I love the moment, linking back to Solo, the whole, sir, I don't know where your ship learned to communicate, but has the most peculiar dialect.
I picked up on that. And I was like, that is one of those things, like, for the most part, and I've talked about this before, I do like to, when I'm watching these movies, trying to approach it from like when it was made, and like not make too many of those connections, because then it can be kind of a bit overwhelming trying to like plug every bit of continuity into it. But that was one of those moments where I was like, like I'm forever going to just be imagining L3, telling 3PO. I love that. And I keep trying to go back to Lando, and we get diverted by but it's just because Lando has all these interactions with other people, and then I go off on my tangents. But no, I just love all his stuff, like during, when they're going to try and rescue, like there's some really great moments where, like, and you almost think like Lando isn't going to make it when he says to Leia, he's like, Leia, go, to board the ship. And then, it's so good then that he does make it out, and he becomes part of the group. And Return of the Jedi is so much better for it, as well as Rise of Skywalker. And, but also, I love him getting on like the intercom and telling all his people to retreat. And he's saying, the Empire is taking control of the city. I urge all citizens to retreat before more Imperial forces arrive. So like he's making sure that, to the best of his ability, that his people are safe and that they get out. And again, just like a really well-written character of someone who's just caught in this really tough situation. And just going backwards to the moment where it's revealed that Vader's in the city, and there's that reveal at the dinner table, and just the way he's like, I had no choice. They arrived right before you did. I'm sorry. It's like, it feels really shitty in the moment, but you can still see that, like, he didn't want to do this, but he was just caught, and he didn't have any choice. But then there's that great line delivery from Han where he's like, I'm sorry too. Like that disappointment, of where he's like, I knew this was a possibility, but I'm disappointed that that you did this, because they do go back, but he hasn't like. I'm glad that gets ironed over between them, at some point after Han's rescue in Return of the Jedi, because they're back to being really chummy with each other in that movie, which I'm glad about. But yeah, I just think Billy Dee Williams delivers a really beautiful, layered performance throughout the film, because there's no point where he feels like a villain at all.
No.
And I think that's great.
Yeah. So do I. I mean, I think it's in those moments like the ones you mentioned where the I have no choice. They arrived right before you did. I'm sorry. And you get the sense that, like, even though Han is incredibly disappointed and hurt that his friend has betrayed him, he understands why Lando has done this. And we understand too. And like the moment you mentioned that, like, Lando doesn't just flee the city once he realizes what the Empire is doing, he makes sure his people get out. Including Wilro Hood, who running by with his ice cream maker / Camtono. But also just as you said, the fact that Lando, ultimately proves his worth, because he saves Leia and Chewie and everybody here. Like, he didn't have to do this, but he does, and that's one of the reasons why, like, we kind of accept him into the group, even after everything that he's done, and the fact that he is, he has some rough spots that we need to go back through, like the fact that when they're trying to escape, and they're gonna that, like, he initially, like, doesn't understand why they need to go back for Luke, but then he does. They go, and then the brilliant moment where, like, we've watched Han's frustration with trying to fix the ship, like, throughout and then Lando had his people fix it, and then behind his back they went behind it, and then when he pulls the lever and it still doesn't work, and Leia and Chewie look at each other, and then turn to look at.
They told me they fixed it. I trusted them. It's not my fault. which is so great, because he's unknowingly saying the exact same thing that Han said earlier, where he's like, it's not my fault,
It's not my fault.
And then, of course, like, the crowd pleaser of a moment of R2, get back over here. You haven't finished with me yet. You don't know how to fix the hyperdrive. Chewbacca can do it. I'm standing here in pieces, and you're having delusions of grandeur. You did it!
R2 saves the day again.
Oh my god. Yeah, just the humor is so great. And I will say, like, apparently Lando's only reward for, like, actually doing the right thing eventually is that he gets some of Han's clothes.
Yeah.
Which is another great joke from Family Guy. Why is he wearing Han's clothes? Seriously, look at the movie. He's wearing Han's clothes.
Yeah. Which I mean, I know that there's a behind the scenes anecdote that part of the reason for that is that they weren't sure if Harrison Ford was going to come back for Return to the Jedi, so Lando was going to kind of be there as to step up. But obviously, things worked out for the best that we get them both.
But also, I'm like, that never seemed weird to me, because it's like, Lando had to leave everything behind. He doesn't have any other clothes, and, like, Han's not there. It's like, if they fit,
Yeah, and I somehow doubt that Han kept Lando's cape closet, in good order. I like to think there's a deleted scene retrospectively where Lando kind of goes back and looks at what used to be his beautiful cape closet and sees whatever Han has done with it now, and he's just like, no, what did you do to my ship, Han?
Yeah, God. Okay, so like, what else have we have jumped so all over the place that I know there's a million things we haven't discussed, but it just I will say, like, and like I said, I don't necessarily want to go through every beat of it, but I do want to say that sort of the reason why this movie is allowed to like be such a great like character driven masterpiece, and end on this very like sort of grounded personal like confrontation between like Luke and Vader, and and trying to rescue Han, and doing all this, because the movie starts off with such a banger of an action sequence that it gets basically its Death Star assault over with in the beginning of the film, and that frees up the rest of the movie to do something completely different from what the first film did. And I actually just think that's a master stroke of a decision.
Yeah, no, I mean it's it's not a conventional story structure, but again, this is one of the things that the Empire Strikes Back kind of like set the template for, with the idea that going forward, one of the ways to hook audiences is to give them a big action scene like right at the beginning. And this is one of the reasons that this scene is so important and influential, is that it really shows us something we needed to see, which is the might of the Empire. We understand intellectually that the Empire is in control of the galaxy, that the Rebel Alliance is this small band that is fighting to restore freedom and justice to the galaxy. But we also, we're coming off A New Hope, where, the Rebels won the big confrontation against the Empire. Famously, they blew up their big gun, the Death Star. And understandably, the Empire would be pissed about that. And it's kind of left as an unspoken thing that's been flushed out in other storytelling. But the fact that, like, yes, the rebels had their big ceremony on Yavin, but then the Empire came and full force, and they had to get the hell out of there. And now
it has always struck me as funny in retrospect that it's like, why are you guys hanging around for a medal ceremony? You need to get the hell out. But that's all right. They had enough time for their ceremony, and then they left.
Yeah, exactly. But it's it's the testament to the fact that, like, and we get this story filled out in the comics and stuff, but one of the reasons they're hiding on this freezing ice planet of Hoth is because the Empire has been hounding them to the ends of the galaxy. This is one of the only places left that's safe. And then it doesn't take much, but the Empire finds them. That brilliant moment where the probe droid, which is another just awesome little design to that a piece of production design, that droid. But then, like, it's destroyed, but it sees enough. It sees the shield generator, and the second Vader sees it, he knows they're there.
That's it. The rebels are there.
And then Ozzel,
and the Ozzel is such a useless idiot.
Yeah, I've seen the theory that some people speculate that Ozzel was a rebel sympathizer and is trying to put Vader off the scent. I don't buy that. I think he's just an idiot.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we're experiencing this now, even though, like, in a fascist government, you do have people who are skilled at making people suffer, and they're ruthless and efficient, but you also have a lot of complete morons who are just basically, they're competent enough at their jobs up to a point, but they're also incredibly dumb, as well. And like, also too dumb to realize that if you place yourself in this position of serving the totalitarian government, you've chosen to be a yes man, so that's what you should probably do if you want to keep breathing. If you're good with being in this position, you better damn well do as you're told. And so if your boss says, that's it, we're going there, your responsibility at that point is to say, yes, sir. because yeah.
And don't bring the fleet out of light speed too close to the system, because that's going to be the last. That's another moment where we get to see Vader's like ruthlessness, and the whole like the rebels are alerted to our presence. Admiral also brought the fleet out of light speed too close to the system. He felt surprised and wiser. He is as clumsy as he is stupid. General, prepare your troops for a suffocation.
That is the part of Julian Glover's performance that I love the most, though, where that slight nervousness of he felt surprise was wiser. It's great. Like, does he survive Veers, or does he get taken down in the battle?
So they're kind of conflicting reports, because on screen we do not see it. We see Veers, destroy the shield generator. Apparently, there is some deleted scene after that where one of the speeders, the Rebel T-47s, crashes into the cockpit of his AT-AT. And in Legends, I believe the story was that he survived, but was like severely wounded and almost crippled by this. And I think there's a story in the From a Certain Point of View book that kind of goes with that interpretation, that he survives but is pulled out of is severely wounded. Those books are kind of canon adjacent. There are some stories that I really love. There are some that I don't really buy. But in this case, I do think that that Veers does survive. And because we do not see him die on screen, I am very happy that we get to continue Veers Watch, which is one of my favorite social media accounts to follow. That there's this guy who's just a very big Veers fan, and he basically reviews every single Star Wars anything that comes out, movies, TV shows, comic books, with just the line, "No Veers, no Veers, no Veers," and then occasionally Veers, no Veers, no Veers.
It's like, and maybe this is predominantly because he's part of the Game of Thrones family, but I'm like, so just the fact that he's played by Julian Glover, I'm like, I'm rooting for him to survive, even though he's playing a horrible fascist in this, and it's not like he's played a good guy in his other roles.
No.
In Indiana Jones, he's a Nazi, and then he's Grandmaster Pycelle, who's a piece of shit. And I don't know that I've seen him play a good guy. I'm sure he must have, in something else. But so he's not character wise, I have no reason to root for him, but it's just because it's Julian Glover, and he's part of the Star Wars family, he's part of the Indiana Jones family, he's part of the Game of Thrones family. I feel a connection, and so I'm rooting for evil General Veers to survive the attack. Yeah. We never see him again, which is kind of, I think, why and also there's the thing that it's sort of the Andor thing, where it's you've got yes, on the one hand, horrible fascist, and so you really shouldn't be rooting for them. But he's also seems incredibly capable at his job too, which is the reason why we root for Dedra in Andor. Even though she's horrible, but she's except for her, she made some pretty big screw up at the end. But she is really so much more capable than so many people at the ISB. And so for a similar reason here, where Veers is actually able to do what's asked of him with a certain measure of skill. So you're kind of he should survive, which is so messed up, but
No, I mean, it's a natural thing for audiences have a tendency to gravitate towards competent characters and reject incompetent ones. And that's, that makes sense, So we are, I don't know if we're necessarily rooting for Veers, but we respect the fact that he is a capable military commander. He is not adding anyone to the space signal chat, who shouldn't be there. And also like the fact that during this sequence, again, we're seeing the might of the Empire. We're seeing these incredibly imposing AT-AT or AT-AT, whichever you prefer, walkers that are, like extreme, like I don't know exactly how tall they're supposed to be, but they're massive and they have incredibly powerful weapons, and they're taking down, heroes left and right. Luke gets shot down, so
yeah, that's one of the things that I do want to mention. Like I said, we're not going to go blow by blow through the whole sequence, but there's a couple of moments that I want to touch on, and one of them is when Luke goes down, and just the freaking awesome manner in which he dispatches these things by using the cable to go up, take out his lightsaber again. Like, another thing I want to stretch about these three movies in particular, and this one, lightsabers are fucking cool, and it turns it on, cuts it open, throws the bomb in, and then goes down, and like he takes it down single-handedly. Like, it's freaking awesome. I love it. And yeah, and just on the back of that, it's not part of the battle, but I also want to mention the when he's taken captive by the monster. I know
Wampa.
that creature has a
the
Wampa. Yeah, I knew that. Why couldn't I? And just the whole like setup of that when he is reaching out for the lightsaber, and then he centers himself, and then he calmly reaches out, and then you got the Force theme, and as the lightsaber starts like shaking out of the snow, and all the while like the Wampa is approaching, and then you get the saber flies to his hand, he ignites it, and then he cuts himself loose. Like, again, like there's a novelty to lightsabers in these movies that is so much fun. And you mentioned it 2 weeks ago, and like it really occurred to me this time, like over the many years back to when I was a kid, I was so set on the fact that my favorite lightsaber is Luke's Return of the Jedi lightsaber, and it is. It very much is. But there's just something so iconic about the Skywalker lightsaber, and just the way it's constructed, like the whole look of it, and the blue color, which I've always again been predisposed to the green, but there is something like just maybe because it's the original, but it's like it's blue is such a sort of feels like such a noble color representing like the quintessential Jedi weapon, and so I just love seeing Luke handle the lightsaber, and especially then when he faces off against Vader with his red saber, and like it's just so cool.
Yeah, and we will definitely, because I definitely want to talk about the duel between Luke and Vader a little bit more, because it's like iconic. But before we leave the Battle of Hoth, I do want to, if you're going to shout out Luke's heroics in taking down an AT-AT, I'm going to shout out Wedge and Jansen's heroics, because this is again just an incredibly cool idea of like, again, Luke.
Wow, that got him.
That I'm so glad you did it. That is one of my favorite like random line readings in any Star Wars movie. Just the sauce that Dennis Lawson puts on that. He could have like I've definitely quoted that a few times. But just again, the incredibly cool idea of like the armor's too strong for blasters, so they come up with an ingenious way to take down the walkers with these harpoons and tow cables, which is, and it's a great sequence. It's an impossible level on Rogue Squadron. If you've ever played that video game, trying to do this is really fucking hard. But I just, it's obviously like, it's good to see the heroes getting a couple wins in like that, because on the whole, this is a calamity for the Alliance. The Empire unequivocally wins this battle in definitive fashion, and the Rebels' only victory is that they survive to fight another day. And that is kind of again, and they know that. That's one of the reasons, like, Leia is kind of taking charge of the escape, and she is the one who is, coming up with the plan that, like, all that really matters is that we can hold them until we can get the transports away, because we cannot beat them. We had this incredible victory with the Death Star, but in this battle, in this moment, the Empire is too strong.
And it's really interesting keeping this in mind when then you get to The Last Jedi.
Yeah.
And like, she knows what's important in a situation like this, and that's that they all get away. She doesn't have time for a hotshot pilot trying to prove himself. It's like, no, like, the important thing is that we actually escape, that we get away and live to fight another day. She's been through all this. and yeah, some other moments that I want to make sure to touch on. There's in the actual battle, there's when Han convinces Leia that they need. I do love that moment where he's like, "Come on, that's it."
Yeah.
And then the look between them is like, okay, she knows it's time to actually for her to retreat at that point. But then when everything starts coming down, and then Vader and his soldiers just like blast through, and the Imperial March comes in, dum dum dum. Yeah, and Vader just going in looking like a boss, and then looking around all threatening. It's it's so great. And then something I want to mention that is before the battle, just because I want to shout out the Rebel pilots, the one that goes out looking for Han and Luke. And
yeah.
This is Road 2. I found them. Repeat, I found them.
I love that, and I was sad to see him fall during the battle later. But he's another great little minor character. And yeah, that entire sequence, the fact that we kind of skipped over the fact that Luke almost dies at the beginning of this movie. He almost freezes to death after he escapes the Wampa, and Han saves him. Han saves him again. That's to you, only me now, Junior. And he saves him in an ingenious way. For the poor Tauntaun who gave her life so that Luke could live. And again, Han thinking on his feet there, and in classic Han fashion, even as he's doing something incredibly heroic, always having the right quip for the moment, with one of the funniest lines in the entire movie, "I thought they smelled bad on the outside."
And then, of course, Family Guy has to one-up that by going, "And I thought they smelled bad on the outside."
It would have been too much for this movie, but yeah, that's a brilliant.
Okay, so maybe if you want, let's go. You just said you wanted to explore the duel between Luke and Vader more, and then we can wrap this up. But yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier, but just that Luke's entrance into the the carbonite chamber, and like the sound, the lighting, and the lights come up, and just that great line of the Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet. It's just. It's so great, and Luke is cocky during this fight, which I like. I like his line of, "You'll find I'm full of surprises," but it's he's not necessarily heeding his lessons here, and there's multiple things at play here. He's come to rescue Han and Leia, but he's allowed himself to get distracted and diverted into this fight with Vader, which Vader, as far as he knows, and and from a certain point of view, it's true, that Vader murdered his father, and he also killed Obi-Wan. Mm-hmm. So, like, Luke has a lot of reasons to want Vader dead, and so it just becomes unfortunately his priority, mm-hmm. to face down Vader, which is not strictly why he's supposed to be there. You know, and but again, that's great because we're seeing his weaknesses exposed in this fight, and that's why, like, then we get the other version of this in Return of the Jedi, which is so powerful when he's someone who is in control of himself, at least until, you know, until the end of the fight, when then he does unleash his anger, but then he pulls back and he's able to, you know, hold on to the light side. But we're going to get to that in 2 weeks. But yeah, I think it's really great just to see, like, a very passionate Luke in these scenes fighting. But yeah, he's not doing, like, he's doing exactly what Yoda and Obi-Wan warned him against.
Yeah. No, and I love one of the reasons I wanted to talk about the duel so much. Oh, hey, AK.
AK, it's so great to see you. Hey, AK, if you have a chance, I'm obviously not on Twitter anymore, but like, message me in the Slack if you can. We wanted to talk to you about coming on the channel in a few weeks if you're interested. But yeah, it's so great to see you. Either way. So hi. Sorry. Go ahead, Jared.
No, just wanted to say that like, one of the reasons I think that this lightsaber duel is so brilliant and one of the best in the history of the Star Wars franchise is not just because of the aesthetics and the emotional stakes, but also just the way the duel is constructed, you know, both in terms of the fact, like, the skill of the combatants and also kind of the emotional give and take. You know, there's, like, we know how dangerous Vader is, but this is where we really get to see it. Like, the moment that, like, when Luke tries to fight him and Vader is able to just use one hand and shove him down, or when Luke disarms him and then flies down the steps and has him cornered and knocks him back into the pit. And we get one of my favorite Vader lines in, you know, all of Star Wars, when after he's like, all too easy. And then when he sees Lucas escape, he's like, impressive. Most impressive.
Most impressive.
Which again is, I love. That's a very Anakin line, and he in fact says it in the Clone Wars. But then we do see Luke, like, you know, trying to, you know, give as good as he gets. Like, he directs the pipe at Vader and, you know, knocks him back, and then he actually knocks him off the platform. You know, he's getting his licks in. But the moment that I will always remember from this duel is the moment when, after Luke has, you know, knocked Vader down and pursued him into the, you know, the under part of the structure, and Vader, you know, he hears Vader breathing, and Vader approaches, and Luke ignites his lightsaber, but Vader doesn't engage him. He just starts to use the Force to pull items, and the music is swelling at this moment, and then he strikes Luke with one of these objects, and then he strikes him again, and he strikes him again, and he strikes him again, and he's like sat back, and he's just waiting as he's hitting Luke again and again. And the reason I remember this is because this was the moment when I was watching the movie for the first time at 10 years old, that it really dawned on me. Oh my God, Luke can't beat this guy. Oh my God, Luke's gonna lose. Oh my God, Luke's gonna lose. He does. But it's like, for that moment to, like, really hit home the fact that, like, the hero of this saga, like, he's facing down the villain, and this is not a moment where he's going to be able to beat him. You know, it was mind blowing at the time, and it still works for me. You know, even though like, and then, like, again, seeing how dangerous Vader is, like, when after Luke gets thrown out the window, all of a sudden Vader just jumps out of the shadows and is hounding him, and then knocks him down, and you were It is useless to resist. Don't let yourself be destroyed as Obi-Wan did. And Luke, is panicking. He's sweaty. He's bloody. He manages to get up. He gets that little nick in on Vader's shoulder. And then Vader's like, that's it. And 2 seconds later, he cuts off Luke's hand. And again, it's just an incredibly well-constructed, yeah, exactly. This was me. Me.
Yeah, I do love that noise that Vader makes when Luke gets his cut in on the shoulder. He goes, oh, yeah, and then when he swings the blade and cuts off the part of the structure, he goes, wow, yeah, some great grunts and guttural sounds from James Earl Jones. Yeah, and when that hand comes off, it's like, what the fuck is going on?
And so began the great Star Wars tradition of characters losing limbs. This was the first. And actually, I take that back. Ponda Baba was the first. Let's never forget Ponda Baba. But this is really kind of the big.
Yeah, but then your lead character, have his hand cut off. It's like, it's like, this is not. Like, oh god, what is that? What is this line from? Oh, it's Han from Force Awakens when he goes, "This is not how I thought this day was going to go." Yeah. That's what Luke is feeling in that. Yeah. Oh god. And then we talked about the actual reveal, but it's such a big moment, and again, still in terms of sort of jaw dropping, revelation. Even I just also want to just single out the shot, the close up on Vader's face when he just says, "No, I am your father." It's just, and it's funny because when I was watching it today, I was really placing myself in the context of watching this movie, and having no idea, and I'm just trying to imagine what my reaction would have been. And it's just and it is Luke's reaction of and again, Family Guy does a great take on this where Chris hears that and he's like, what? But it's just, man, what a great movie that defines the entire movie and changes the course of the story that's being told across these films. Just turns it completely on its axis and just shakes up everything you thought you knew about these characters and what's going on. And yeah, it's so good.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's again a powerhouse moment from Mark Hamill, and obviously incredible voice acting from James Earl Jones and David Prowse, embodying the physicality, the outstretched hand, and it's just this scene is burned into my cinema. And and the fist when he's if you only knew the power of the dark side.
And I just want to say, this right here is such an iconic image. Not even the image itself, the actual photograph. Yeah. This picture for me, and there's a couple other ones that I've thrown up, but this one in particular, just particularly in '97 when the special edition came out, and there was promotional stuff for the movie. This was one of the big iconic images from the movie that just was screamed Star Wars for me. And because it is again, I talked earlier about the fact that it's perhaps for me the most iconic moment in all of cinema. Mm-hmm. And this image just captures it so amazingly. And I think it's actually on the back cover of the special edition version of Empire Strikes Back too. But yeah, just, and by the way, can we just take a moment to, like, we covered a lot of this on the Star Wars stream, but can we just appreciate the fucking costume design across the board? Like, you know, it goes without saying, like, Vader's costume is just so, and the design of the character is just so amazing. But you know what? I also want to give a shout out to Luke's fatigues in this movie. Like, a lot of love gets heaped on, you know, his Jedi look in Return of the Jedi, and like his farm boy look in the original Star Wars. But, and I think I'm stealing this a little bit from Joseph over at Force Center, because I know he's a big fan of Luke's Bespin fatigues. But yeah, just like I think this is an iconic look, and just all the, like, some of the pictures that we've had up throughout, like, you know, Boba Fett's costume, you know, Leia's whole outfit,
Han's jacket. Han's jacket is like one of his most, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, just like, again, I feel like so many things that just get underappreciated because they're now considered just sort of, you know, just part of the Star Wars universe. But like back in 1980, you know, like, these things were being designed, a lot of them for the first time. And like, and I know it's a puppet, but let's give a shout out for for Yoda's whole look too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just, yeah, absolutely incredible. Yeah, anyway, that was a slight digression, but I just really wanted to, like, the entire visual look of, you know, I know you talked about the cinematography earlier, but like everything from like the costume design to you know, production design, you know, the art direction, you know, everything. I mean, just, you know, freaking Ralph McQuarrie, man. And you know, designing the whole, you know, sort of aesthetic and look of the films. And I'm trying to, who was the costume designer?
His name was John Molo.
Yeah.
And the production design team: Leslie Dilley, Norman Reynolds, Harry Lang. One of the reasons that this duel was so iconic is because of its setting. You know, the city in the clouds. You know, which in and of itself, like, that's another thing that this movie, you know, gets credit, because, you know, in the original Star Wars movie, you know, we see Tatooine, we see Yavin, and we got the Death Star, and we see Alderaan from a distance. But like, this movie gave us 3 new iconic, incredibly different worlds, you know, with Hoth and Dagobah, and then Bespin is just one of the coolest, you know, the coolest designs for any Star Wars planet. The whole idea of the city in the clouds, that gorgeous shot when the Falcon is approaching it for the first time against the pink clouds and the setting sun, and then the confrontation with Vader taking place in this giant, you know, shaft. You know, it makes it feel epic, like larger than life. And so this is just like the look of this movie is impeccable.
Yeah. Oh God. And then let me see. I think there was something else that I wanted to make sure to mention. What was it? I mean, there's a lot of stuff all throughout the movie that I know we didn't touch on, but I don't know. Maybe it'll come back to me in a second before we wrap up. But so yeah, things don't go well for for Luke, and he you know, tumbles, as far as he knows, to his death. And I do actually really, you know, we talked about this before, about the fact that Luke first calls out for Obi-Wan, who told him, you know, that he would not be able to interfere. But I kind of like that, because it's like, you know, it's the child's, reaching out to their parent figure, even when they've been told you're on your own on this one. But the impulse is still to reach out to that guardian, and when that doesn't work, then he chooses to reach out to Leia, which again, goes and sets up, the dynamic for Return of the Jedi, and the reveal that Leia is his sister. Even if it's an unintentional setup, it still does a really good job.
Yeah. No, and I love the fact that you bring up that Luke was reaching out to Ben as kind of like a parental figure, because given what he's just learned, it's like he also needs answers. Like there's that beautiful moment after they've rescued Luke on the Falcon, where they're being pursued by Vader, and Vader is calling out to him, Luke and Father, and then he's like, son, come with me. And then Luke just has a great moment from Mark Hamill, just Ben, why didn't you tell me? He says it twice. The second one in particular, I really love. But just and then like the moment when they're approaching the ship, and you just see Luke say very quietly, somberly, "It's Vader." He just you can feel just what an effect this experience has had on him. Like he is truly humbled. And when we pick up with him later in Return of the Jedi, obviously he has grown immensely, but he still has the fact that he had to sit with this knowledge for a year, not truly knowing, and ultimately he comes to kind of accept it. But and we'll talk about this more when we get to the beautiful moment in Return of the Jedi. But just, I love the fact that as Yoda is dying, he takes that one last opportunity to ask, Master Yoda, is Darth Vader my father? And then Yoda kind of quietly just says, your father he is. And just the look on Luke's face. When,
I do like the fact that first Yoda is like, rest.
Yeah, that is just a hilarious moment. Like it's been memed to death, the fact of any parent or anyone who somebody's asking an annoying question, you're like, nope, I don't want to answer this right now. And Yoda's earned that right, but he needed to tell. He needed to tell.
Yeah. Before we get to the final moments of the movie, I just want to backtrack for a second, because I mentioned it and I talked about how great of a moment it is with the kiss and everything, but I really do want to take a moment to fully appreciate the moment between Han and Leia and Han being frozen in carbonite, and the fact that this is potentially Han's death scene, because they don't know how this is going to work out for him, and just. Yeah, and just the thing with him and Chewie, where Chewie tries to break them free, and it's like, hey, there'll be another time. The princess, you need to take care of her. You hear me? Huh? And then just that, without even exchanging any words, Han and Leia just look at each other and lean in for that. I wish I had that picture. I don't have it, but just them leaning in, and that's just classic screen romance, breathtaking kiss with the music soaring, and the way it's framed is so perfect, because they're even to the degree that they're standing right next to Chewbacca, and you got his fur and the left hand of the shot, and it's just one of those beautifully composed shots that is just absolutely classic, and then the way they're ripped apart, and then she just yells out, I love you, and then I know, and it's just it's so amazing.
Yeah, it's only gotten more powerful, and this was because I saw this movie first when I was, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old. Like, I was not really at the age where I was like a big romance enthusiast at that time. This is one of the movies that made me such, because the love story between Han and Leia is just so beautiful, and I was like feeling it, even though I didn't really, this was pre-puberty, so I didn't have quite as many, feelings as I did with later. But yeah, it's gorgeously shot. It's, achingly romantic, and, the longing, of these two people who had kind of taken this long to fully acknowledge how much they meant to each other, and now they're being torn apart in the cruelest fashion. But Leia, who has been so emotionally reserved in this moment, up till this moment, that finally recognizing, no, I may never see this man again. I have to let him know how much, that I love him. And Han, who obviously loves her, every bit as much, but the fact that he's using his final moments not to fight for himself, but to make sure that she's going to be okay, and to acknowledge to her that, he understands what she feels to him, because that's the reason the love you, I know works, is because it's it's Han acknowledging that, like, yes, I see you. I see you at last. It's like, obviously people have said, like, the original line was "I love you too," and it got changed on set, obviously for the better. But it just is, it's one of the most iconic, lines in cinema history for a reason. And then the moments after it, when Han is descending into the pit, but he just keeps looking at Leia, and just the anguish on her face as Chewbacca is howling, right up to the moment when the Ugnaught presses the button and the smoke, consumes Han. And then as the cloud, like, another one of my favorite shots is Vader's mask emerging from the smoke after that. And then the moment when they reach down and they grab Han out, and you just see the look of Leia's dawning horror as she sees what's been done to Han, even before we get the full visual. And then they just push it over, and he slams to the ground. And, you just...
And just, like, the look of pain and anguish on his face.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's another thing that you don't really think about, but it's just like the design of the carbonite slab with a Han there. It's just so haunting, and just like, you feel how, like, the pain that he went through in that moment. And then again, the Han and Leia theme playing through the scene in the saddest way possible, and the pain on Leia's face just looking at him. It's just, God, it's so, like, heartbreakingly, like, beautiful but haunting, and it's and just makes you yearn for when they will get reunited, hopefully in the next movie, and of course they do.
And of course they do, but we didn't know, originally they didn't know that, of course, and it's what makes another moment that's an incredibly great moment for Carrie Fisher in performance, is when Han has been taken to the Slave One by Boba Fett, and he's being this iconic hero is now being treated much more as like a thing, a prize that put Captain Solo in the cargo hold, and then they get there and they're too late, and they just in time to see Boba Fett blast off, and just the look on Carrie Fisher, or on Leia's face, as she watches Han be taken away to God knows where, is like, that's always broken my heart too.
And actually, this will be one thing where I'd say that I actually really like the special edition version of that scene, because there's actually music in that scene where there isn't in the original version, and it just amplifies the tragedy of the moment. And it's beautiful. And and just to lighten things up at the end here, I will simply say that yay for the first appearance of the Ugnaughts. Even though they're kind of freaky and scary and in this movie, but we haven't gotten really to know them yet through Kuiil, so, but and also, what's the Ugnaughts name in Rebels, who's friends with Hondo?
Oh God, I'm drawing a blank on his name, but I'll look it up. But yeah, that moment when they're playing catch with 3PO's head, playing keep away with the is just another like great moment of character and comedy. Like there were so many of those things in this movie. Like we haven't even like, I mean, we don't have to talk about all these characters, but just like some of the like iconic like background characters, like Lobot, completely silent performance, and but he's so evocative. And then all the other non-Boba Fett bounty hunters, Bosk and IG-88 and Forlom and Zuckuss, who always get mixed up for one another, and Dengar. Let us never forget Dengar, who is and the fact that he has a Cockney accent in the Clone Wars. But
yeah, no, oh God, what a. Yeah, I was going to mention Lobot earlier. I'm glad you mentioned him.
Melch is the name of the Ugnaught in Rebels.
I almost said Melchi, but I'm like, no, that's that's our guy from Andor. But it's pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Lobot is just so cool.
Yeah. But so okay, so when we talked about that, so this all leads us up to the final moments of the movie where they've escaped. Lando and Chewie are off to to try to find Han. It does crack me up that like I think it's the first time the name of the planet is actually said on the screen. Luke pronounces is Tatooine.
It's like it's your home planet, Luke. we didn't even talk about the fact that, speaking of pronunciations, this is where we get the origin of the Han versus Han debate.
Yeah, I love the way they answered that in Solo. The fact that is Lando's special way of pronouncing his name just to get under his skin.
Yeah, in anything Han, it's Han, but that's fine.
Yeah, no. And then just talking about like iconic shots, this movie, it's not quite the ending shot, but just this shot of Luke and Leia and R2 and 3PO as the Millennium Falcon flies away, and just there's just something like, and I don't mean romantic between the characters of Luke and Leia, because by this point it's like I think we're firmly in, even if they still didn't know at this point, I think we're firmly in brother and sister territory at this point, now that the love between Han and Leia has been properly declared. But the scene is romantic in the sense of like just the way, the feel of the scene, and just again the music and the way the characters are just sort of looking up out into the sky. It's like, even with all the darkness and the what the characters have suffered, and the fact that it's largely a defeat what has happened in this movie, they're still looking out into the galaxy with hope, and they believe they're going to find Han, they're going to defeat the Empire. Luke is going to find answers to all the questions running through his mind, and and now equipped with his new hand, which I've always loved the way that that's visualized, of like and the pinpricks with testing out the fingers and stuff. But yeah, it's, and just the way the characters are just standing there looking out, and the fact that there's no dialogue in those closing moments, it's just like giving itself over to the visuals and the music, and then the camera just pulls out from the ship, and you just see the rebel fleet, and the music crescendos into the end credits. It's it is like the the original big cliffhanger, the cinematic cliffhanger. And, there's a reason, like, when Fellowship of the Ring came out and ends the way it did, the critics were saying the biggest, cliffhanger since The Empire Strikes Back, and so, like, this is the, it's the reference point, it's the standard. And yeah, it's, I can't imagine, like, seeing this in 1980 and being like, we have to wait 3 years to figure out what happens next. At least with Lord of the Rings, it was a movie each year.
Yeah, no, I remember the 3 year waits between the prequel films, and that was torture for me at that age. I'm glad that, we're like, I mean, obviously we've been waiting, 7 years for a new Star Wars movie now, and there have been longer gaps. But yeah, it's different when you're in the middle of a trilogy, and like and especially with a cliffhanger like this. But yeah, what I love about this ending is exactly what you talked about, which is the fact that even though this is widely acknowledged that, give or take, Revenge of the Sith, this is like one of the darkest Star Wars movies. Just like that movie, it has to end on a note of hope, that every Star Wars movie has. And this is a one where it, as we had touched on, like, it's much more of like a true, like, hope is on the horizon because our heroes have suffered a defeat. But the victory is that they have survived. They are, mostly together. Obviously, Han is lost for now, but and they will live to fight another day. And that shot of, Luke coming up and putting his arm around Leia as they look out at the, the nebula and the galaxy that they're fighting to save. It's essential for this movie. And the shot of, so is the shot of the Rebel fleet, knowing that, like, yes, they're still in this fight. They've been defeated temporarily, but they're not lost. Hope is not lost. And I think that, it's, and the music obviously is, sweeping and epic. And, so it's definitely, it kind of feels like we needed that after the journey that we've just gone on. Because ultimately this is still a fantasy story, a morality tale, and the good guys are going to win in the end. And I think we kind of needed, a reminder of that, because, one of the things that people, point to about this movie is the fact that, because it is the dark middle chapter, it might be considered more real in some ways. The good guys don't always win. But ultimately, the reason that we watch this story is so that to get that idea that, yes, our heroes are capable of overcoming great adversity against all odds, and they will overcome this too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. One of the most, like, and you can say this about pretty much all the Star Wars movies, but just one of the most beautiful film endings, ever. Oh, God. Although, if we're talking about Star Wars middle chapters, it's, even though I would not, like, Empire is clearly the film that I prefer over, Attack of the Clones. But if we're talking, like, ending moments, like the romanticism of, I know I said that this has a romantic, like, feel and stuff, but, like, it's fully romantic in the end of Attack of the Clones. And we already talked about the way the music is for that and everything. So, like, I think that is one of my absolute top Star Wars endings ever. Hell, now that I think about it, it might be my favorite Star Wars ending. I'm not even sure. I'd have to give it some more thought, but it might be. Which is saying something, because I have, we've talked before about the many issues that I do have with Attack of the Clones, even though I love it overall. But yeah, I'd be hard pressed to think of, like, a Star Wars ending that nails it better. I mean, you've got the classic, victory celebration of the original. But just being the diehard romantic that I am, I feel like Attack of the Clones just, hits so many feels in its closing moments. But yeah, So yeah, that's it. That's our discussion. I will close out with one more Family Guy reference, which is completely disconnected from what we were just talking about, but I just remembered it, and it is one of my like laugh out loud funniest moments. It's with Chris playing Luke, having just arrived on Dagobah, and like you know, just scoping the place out. You know, R2 has just been, you know, like through it, and it's all very creepy. And then all of a sudden, you see something rising out of the swamp, and you know, it goes. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, and he goes, "Not now." Yeah. Oh my god, that just makes me want to watch that whole special again. I love those so much.
They're parodies done right.
Yeah. Speaking of parodies, I'm very anxious to see what happens with Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money.
Yeah, that has to be the title. Like, if it doesn't, I'm going to be actively disappointed because they have to pay off that joke.
The only way I will accept it is if somebody in the Force Center Discord did suggest like pretending like there have been like that there's been a whole franchise.
Yeah.
Like in between the first movie and this one, in which that is the only situation in which like just so long as like in universe or canon wise, there has already been a Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money. Like, but they have to incorporate that in some way. You know, and if they don't, I will revolt. Yeah. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm sure there's a bunch we didn't cover, but I think we covered like you know the characters, the themes of the movie, you know, like the great iconic sequences from it. Anything you want to mention before we wrap this up?
No, I just, as mentioned, wanted to say that like every little bit of this movie has like left its imprint on what Star Wars has become in all the years since. There is a reason that this is considered by many to be the standard, and obviously subjective feelings may vary, and personal tastes are may vary. That's the beauty of art. But I just think that it really is, it can't be overstated that this movie is not just, an essential chapter in the Star Wars saga. It is one of the best movies ever made, period, in my opinion. And for that to be, to have followed up the resounding success of A New Hope, of the original Star Wars with, with a movie this good, this is the reason that we have Star Wars as an enduring franchise. And so I will always be grateful to it for that and so many other reasons.
Absolutely. Oh man. I love this. And I really just needs to be said. I just had such a fun time watching it today. Yeah. It's, so sometimes I always enjoy watching stuff, but sometimes it does have like a slight feel of homework when we're watching something to like discuss on the stream. We always talk about movies that we love, so it's always fun, but sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I have to get through this to refresh my memory for the discussion. This one, I turned it on and I just got lost in it, and I was like, this is just so much fun always to revisit. And yeah, it's a beautiful film, and I had a really fun time discussing it tonight. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for people who tuned in to watch tonight. Yeah, I hope you had a good time. Next week, we're talking about the 25th anniversary of the Patriot, and then the week after that, we'll be diving into Return of the Jedi, which is going to be great. I'm really looking forward to capping off our original trilogy discussion with that. And then the week after that, it'll be X-Men. So, which, anytime I have the chance to gush about X-Men. It's always a good time. So yeah, if anybody is watching this channel for the first time, if you enjoyed it, if you want to see more, please subscribe to the channel, and don't forget to like the video, please. But yeah, so we will see you guys next week. Have a great night, and yeah, may the Force be with you.
May the Force be with you, and never tell me the odds.
Yeah. Good night.